Good evening. Thank you for being here on September the 10th for this special meeting. We're going to start off with a closed session. Um, Everybody's here and accounted for, so the clerk can make sure that that is shown. I will open our public comment period. And in doing that, I will ask our city attorney to read us into closed session.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Closed session will be held with respect to three items. The first is existing litigation, which is authorized pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 with respect to the litigation named Craig Schubert versus City of Glendora, WCAB number ADJ 15376539 and ADJ 15699-729. The two other matters are real property negotiations, which are authorized pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. The first matter is located at the real property known as 434 to 500 South Vermont and 517 South Glendora Avenue in the city of Glendora. And the second is known as or has a real property address of 1762 Dale Road.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I don't see anybody here for closed session. Have we received any thing via mail for this specific session?
Not for closed session.
Okay, then I will close our public comment period and adjourn us into closed session at 5:02. Thank you. our city attorney to read us out of closed session.
Yes, Mayor, honorable council members, council met in closed session on 3 matters. The first was with respect to existing litigation, which is authorized pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 regarding the litigation titled Craig Schubert versus City of Glendora, WCAB number ADJ 153765939 and ADJ 156999729. Staff and council gave a status report to the council, and direction was given to the city's legal counsel and staff. No reportable action was taken on that item, though. And then the 2 other matters were with respect to real property negotiations, which is authorized pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. And the properties involved included 434 through 500 South Vermont and 517 South Glendora Avenue in the city of Glendora, and 1762 Dale Road. In those matters, the staff gave status report to the council, and the council gave legal direction to staff with respect to its negotiations on those properties, but no reportable action was taken.
Danny, thank you. And once again, great to have each of you here. I thought that nobody would be here tonight. The Dodgers and Cubs are playing. A debate, some kind of, a debate's going on. But we're happy that you're here, because this is the first time that we've been back in chambers for a couple of months. And for some of you, this is like a brand new room. Paint and carpet and some other things have been done. It's been, I've been told, about 16 years since anything has been done. And so kudos to staff, and we thank you for everything that you've done that'll help make everything a better experience for everybody that comes. So thank you for that. As we always do, we open with prayer and the pledge. Tonight I've asked Kyle Johnson to lead us in the in the pledge, and then the prayer will be led by Reverend Karen Davis, the pastor of First Christian Church, which is right up the street, and I believe has the privilege of being one of the oldest buildings in town. And it has withstood fire, floods, and earthquakes of all kinds. So, Karen, thank you for leading us in prayer. So, Kyle, if you could please rise, and Kyle will lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us join together in prayer. God of service and sacrifice, on this eve of 9/11, we offer our prayers for those who continue to grieve the loss of loved ones on September 11th, 2001. We are grateful for those first responders who raced towards danger as others were running away. We remember those innocent victims who lost their lives that day. We pray that you continue to guide each of us in working together for peace. May it begin with each of us. And tonight we also offer our prayers for those who are in the paths of the fires and those who are fighting those fires. May you continue to watch over everyone and bring them home safely at the end of their watch. And may you care for those families who find themselves in the fire's path. We ask your blessing on our meeting tonight. May you guide us with your wisdom and surround us with your grace. Amen.
Kyle, thank you for doing that, and Karen, as always, thank you for your wonderful prayer. All right, with that, Does anybody want to reorder or add anything to the agenda?
Mayor, just one request. Our friends from Charter Oak are here. If we wouldn't mind
Yes.
adding them under special items, it'd be appreciated.
I would love to do that. Dr. Jeff Jordan, a good friend of mine. He is a Cubs fan, but being an Angel fan, I kind of feel like a Cubs fan because, you know, our winning streak is not very good. So, Dr. Jordan, please come up and introduce your team. And Charter Oak is a wonderful place to go to school, and a lot of our kids go there. You guys are doing an awesome job, and we appreciate each of you and the good work that you do. I see Jeff about once a month at a meeting that I'm at, and it's always good to hear the good things that are coming out of there. So, Dr. Jordan?
Great. Well, we appreciate it. Good evening. Thank you for having us tonight. I'm going to turn this actually over to our board vice president, Mr. Greg Peterson.
Sir, I'm sorry you're an Angel fan.
That's all right. Well, yeah, that's true.
Always next season.
Not as bad as him, but that's all right. On behalf of the Covina board, Dr. Aguilar, Dr. Jordan, our boss.
Here's how it worked right now. The
Yeah,
charter.
Charter, I said, what did I say?
You say cool, yeah.
Covina, I'm sorry. I teach at Northview, so on behalf of the Charter Oak School Board, our board president, Kristen McGuire, we just want to say thank you for the collaboration that we have. We appreciate your ongoing support, always there for us. And I guess we gave some swag to you. I wouldn't wear it to the Glendora games, but, or carry it with you. But we do appreciate the collaboration, the partnership. And when we do good, you do good, and vice versa. So thank you for your time.
That's right.
Appreciate you having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I may, we've got Dr. Aguilar, also one of our
Absolutely,
board
sure.
members.
Well, continuing to echo those sentiments. So thanks again. We love the partnership. We really think that our communities thrive really well together the more we partner on all of these matters. So thank you so much. We're looking forward to continued service with all of you. So thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Everybody. Appreciate
Dr.
it.
Jordan, thank you. And I think there's a big game that's coming up on November the 1st,
There is.
7 o'clock. It's in our house this year. And just be nice to our guys. I mean, you know, you've had a winning streak here that is, I mean, that's enough. Okay. So just let us win one. Okay.
Somebody's saying 21 points. We'll figure out.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there you go. Thank you, guys. Thank you. We appreciate you all. And November 1st, actually, Karen, I want to ask you to speak about your event because I would encourage each of us to go there first and then go to the game.
Thank you. Yes, I was just thinking that, oh, good, you can load up on caffeine before you go to the game. So if, depending upon which team you're rooting for and how the game goes, you may need that caffeine jump. But from 5 to 7 p.m. on November 1st at Classic Coffee will be empty cups. So you have the opportunity to support hunger relief in the community. Those proceeds go to Shepherd's Pantry, St. Vincent de Paul, and the Glendora PD vouchers. So that is that evening as well.
Good. All right. Well, thank you. Okay, next agenda item is public comment. We have this each and every time that we meet. It's a great time to hear concerns or good things that we're doing, questions that often come up. I would encourage you to be attentive to the time that's on the screens, address things to, you know, me. And part of what we do is we listen to what you say first. And then after that's done, then as appropriate, then we will respond to whatever that you ask. So with that, I will open our public comment period. And first up is Joe Cena. He's the president of our chamber and is doing a tremendous job there. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you very much, Mayor Thompson, City Council, City staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, and congratulations on the paint in the room. You picked all my favorite colors, black, white, and gray.
Great.
A few short weeks ago, the Chamber and the Glendora Kiwanis Club held the 36th annual Flashback Classic Car Show. And I believe by far it was the biggest crowd we've ever had with the expansion going south And no gates, no tickets. People really enjoyed it. But really, I want to thank you, the city staff, police department for your partnership in being able to do that. Because I know it's a very big ordeal. It's a lot of work, a lot of time, but the community really loves it. So again, I just want to emphasize that. Thank you for your partnership and your willingness to allow that tradition to, end our summer here. And even though it still feels like it's summer in September, but, so we thank you. Besides all the wonderful things the chamber is doing with networking workshops, we're having 2 candidate forums. Tomorrow night and Thursday night. Tomorrow night will be at 7 PM at the Bidwell Forum. We'll have the City Council Candidate Forum for District 3. There are 4 candidates running for that, as you all know. 7 PM, right behind the council chambers here in the Bidwell Forum. And then on Thursday night, 7 PM, we'll have the School Board Candidate Forum for Trustee Areas 4 and 5, which there are 2 candidates running for each area. So both forums will be recorded, but they won't be live streamed. So I'll record them and then upload them, hopefully each night. And so they'll be viewed by people that can't make it. And there will be opportunity for the audience to write questions down and be able to ask them by the moderator, and be a lot of fun. So please join us for that. Anybody wants to join us? And if you want information on the different candidates, there is a page on the chamber site with links to their information. So with that, I'll leave you with that, and I look forward to the rest of your meeting. And chamber's a lot more going on, but I don't have enough time. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Joe. I appreciate you. Next up is Bill Bertemeyer. I'm not saying that name right, but you want to speak about the bike park in the South Hills. So welcome, Bill.
Thank you. Mayor and council and city manager, I have a question about this new park. And the question is, will the park have any effect on the existing hiking trails and on the hiking experience that those of us who like to hike? Will it be as it is now, or is it going to change? And that's my question. Those are my questions.
Okay. All right, thank you. We will answer that. Okay. Those are all the cards that I have. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Hearing and seeing none. I know that we did get a email on an item. Madam Clerk, do you want to say anything about that?
No, we just received it. We made it, for the record, we published it on the website and also gave it to the city council.
Great. Okay. All right. I will close our public comment period. And Adam, do you want to speak to what Bill just asked?
Yeah, I see John back there. I just want to make sure I don't misspeak, but I believe they're multi-purpose trails, which biking's allowed on already, but turn it over to John, let him to give some of the more specifics.
We have right now with our drawings, we cross path of hiking, but it's mostly all bike only. That was one of the things when we went into this, was to keep bikes separate from the hiking, because when we have talked to other cities, when the bikes get on with the hiking, they end up taking over, and they're coming at a lot more speed than your hikers and stuff. So here we do have we were trying to stay away from, we do cross paths here and there, but it's mostly bike only and then hike only.
Okay, great. Did I help you, Bill? All right.
Just to be clear, the bike trails are going to be new trails.
Correct. There'll be
None of
6
the current
miles,
hiking trails are
6
going-
miles new of bike trails.
Great. All right. Thank you, John. All right, we will move on to member statements. Karen, do you want to start tonight?
I would just like to invite the community tomorrow night, September 11th at 6 PM, right out here at the corner of Glendora and Foothill. You'll have the opportunity to attend the annual service of remembrance for 9/11. So just invite the community to come to that at 6 PM. And then after the service, you can go to the candidate forum right behind you at Bidwell Forum at 7. So it plans a perfect evening for you. So just have a snack before you come. and we'll keep you busy for the evening. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Michael, anything?
Thank you, Mendel. So I want to report out from yesterday from my COG Energy and Environment and Natural Resources meeting. There is several topics we talked about. There's about 4. The California Insurance Commission is working on a plan that will fund about $1 billion as a reserve backup for the FAIR Plan for fire insurance. And they're planning on trying to get this in place before the end of the year. There's a little catch to that, though, that if that fund it goes insolvent for any reason, they have the authority across the board to put a 50% surcharge on everyone's insurance policy in the state of California to help fund that. The PUC is also getting close to allowing a $24.15 flat rate on your energy bill. It's basically a ready to serve that they put on there regardless of the energy you use, and that will be on top of that flat fee. We were given a presentation on, do we have my pictures up? Oh, since I already did the FAIR Plan. Next one. That one, there's the Puente Hills landfill. They are getting close to starting to maybe move some dirt, but they're still in the planning stages and the community outreach. It is about a $200 million price tag, and they've got about $175 million already in the bank. Next slide. It's a very large and aggressive project, and I couldn't get everything here on the screen, but there are basically, it's the Disneyland of parks. They have different areas for different needs and wants. They even have an area there for the indigenous folks there for doing ceremonies and things of that nature. And it's coming together pretty nice, but I'm hopeful that they're not going to ask for more than the $200 million moving forward. So next slide. If I added some of the other slides, you wouldn't be able to read it because it was just too small of type. But again, they have many different areas within the park there. It's huge, and there's going to be a circular drive, as you can see, completely around there. They're going to have an event center with a little bit of a museum and showing the nature of the whole area. They are planting a lot of trees. I forgot the number, something like 2,000 oak trees they're planning on planting. And as an interesting topic is some of the oak trees that they're going to be planting are already like up to 72-inch boxes because they think that the root systems are going to be mature enough and not have to puncture the cap that's already on there for the landfill. Next slide, I think. Is there anything left on that one? That's it. So the last item that we were given a briefing on was for Metropolitan Water and selling us on conservation and other things they're doing. They're working on the piping that's still moving forward from Northern California to Southern California. And they are still pushing, again, the conservation. The water level that we currently have right now, it's 242 feet. The low was 169 feet at its lowest. We're expecting this November and December to get our water allocations for this next coming year. And it looks like that it might be 100% allocation because they still have a fair amount of water. There's one reservoir in Northern California that they're waiting to see where that's at to see how much water they actually have in there so they can actually feel comfortable in giving us our allocation. Because in years past, we were fighting to only for like 5% allocation. And we're doing much, much better. Both of these presentations yesterday were quite lengthy, and they're probably about a half an hour apiece, each one, and some good dialogue back and forth. That's it, Mayor.
Great, thank you. That's very, very good. Gary, anything?
Yeah, a couple things to report out as well. One of my assignments is with the Southern California Association of Governments. And we just got a report back. Those of you that follow things closely understand that the state of California requires a certain amount of housing, of changes in our zoning to allow for additional housing every 7 years or an 8-year cycle. And we just completed our what's called the 6th cycle RHNA element. And it was extremely difficult to try to find the appropriate property in the city of Glendora to get our element passed from the state. And so the Southern California Association of Governments, along with other organizations all over the state, reached out to HCD and made a lot of recommendations on adjustments because it took us almost 3 years in order for us to complete our element. Unfortunately, not one of the requests that we requested of the state, not only us, but any organization in the state was accepted. The only concession that we got for the seventh cycle, which is going to be due in 2028, is that as opposed to in previous cycles, they've given us 1 year from the time that they give us the numbers to implement the new housing element. Now they're going to give us 2 years to implement it. So, but besides that, it's unfortunate that we will be going through that process again. And it's not a process that the residents like or that the council or staff likes, but it is something we'll continue to work on that and try to get some concessions. Another meeting that I attended was pretty interesting. It was a conversation regarding planning for the upcoming Olympics. And something that jumped out at me is that the Olympics have a goal of bringing in approximately 3,000 buses from other parts of the country in order to accommodate getting people around Southern California. So actually the question was, where are we going to get those buses? I have no idea, but that is the plan, to bring 3,000 buses in to try to make public transportation as accessible as possible to get people around Southern California. That is all I have.
Okay, well, thank you, Gary. David?
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to give our thoughts to the first responders, the firefighters, public information folks, and certainly our own communications team to keep us aware of what's going on with the bridge fire. It's amazing. The information is coming in as confidently as they can gather it, but just know that the changing conditions are faster than even they can keep up with. So it's pretty amazing. Pray that it all goes safe. On a happy note, I'd like to wish my wife a happy wedding anniversary today. So thank you very much for that.
There you go. You are a smart man to do that. And we'll try to, expedite things so you can get home and have some anniversary cake. I just have one thing, obviously it's been very, very hot, and I just hope that we continue to watch out for each other. And there's a lot of folks that either don't have air or can't afford it, and it's hot inside their home. And I hope that neighbors are being that and checking in on each other and taking care of each other. Let the city know if there's anything that we can do, but let's just make sure that we get through this. Supposedly, it's supposed to start to get a little bit cooler, so let's hope that does occur. That will not only help that, but help all of the fires that are going on. So with that, that's all that I have. Adam, any update?
I'll probably be asking you to provide an update later with the fire. Staff's currently sitting on a couple briefing phone calls. There's currently a press release that's going on right now. Looks like we're watching the evacuation information right now. So, when it's cross counties like this with LA County and San Bernardino County, and evacuation systems are different. So there's a lot of information going on back there. And I know Captain will be ready to provide an update later. The chief's currently with another captain providing and getting all those updates. So we look forward to interrupting your meeting later on this evening with as many updates as we can provide.
Great, thank you, Adam. Mr. City Attorney, anything?
Have anything, Mayor, other than I love what you all have done with the place.
All right, thank you. All right, well, we will move on to item number 5. David Gerber is here.
I lied.
Well,
sorry, Bill. I got
David
so
Gerber
caught
will
up with
have to
fire.
wait.
I actually forgot a feel-good story. So why don't you come on up?
Bill, good.
I think we have the slide here, right? Is it one slide?
Yes. there we go.
Okay.
Single slide. So if you remember a couple of months ago, we were here and talked to you about the Glendora water line and repaving project. And at that time, we mentioned that we knew there was a section of Glendora that was so bad that we needed to get it repaved prior to that. So tonight, Honorable Mayor and Council, just to update you quickly on that project, next week on Tuesday and Wednesday, We will be doing a grind and overlay on Glendora from Ronwood to Manaloa. We expect that'll take a couple of days to get the grind and repaving done, and then a couple of days after that, we will go back and do the striping. There may be some impacts to the intersection of Baseline and Glendora. It could potentially impact the traffic loops, and we'd have to get those replaced. But we do have a contractor on standby in case that happens. So I want to make sure you are aware of that. The other thing I want you to know, the intersection at Foothill and Elwood is now fully operational. When we first opened that intersection, I know we got a lot of complaints because the video detection wasn't working for the first 5 days. It is working now. We've been out there kind of watching the traffic flow. Generally speaking, I'd say it's working quite well now that we have the detection in place. So just want to make you aware of those two things. Happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I just want to say, as someone who lives off of Elwood and uses that regularly, I love it since the camera went into play. It's so great. I get in that left turn bay and within minutes, it changes and I get to make my left turn.
Perfect.
And it's fabulous. So thank you so much.
Thank
Well,
you.
there you go. That's great. Gary?
Bill, if I may, I just want to be clear, the Glendora Avenue, that basically it's a temporary fix because
Temporary
there's a lot of infrastructure under the road, but the
Correct.
street's in such bad shape, we felt it was necessary to go ahead and.
Yes, exactly. You'll know by the senior living there, we had some tree roots that were underneath the asphalt. It was getting really bumpy. We had a lot of claims for damage to vehicles because the road was so bad. So yeah, this is a temporary, it's a 1-inch grind and overlay. So it won't be perfect, but it's enough hopefully to hold us over until we get to the major project, which is the water line and the complete repaving of that whole street. The RFP is out for design for that project right now. It closes early October. So we expect it'll take about 18 to 20 months to have the design done, and then we'll be out to bid for the whole project. But we did not want to leave that segment of Glendora as rough as it was for the next couple of
I
years.
just think it's important for people to know when we go to tear it up again,
Yes,
that was part of the plan.
part of the plan. This is just a temporary, a phase one of what's going to be a much larger project.
Okay, appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Right, thank you.
Great job. Thank you. All right, David Gerber for the second time, Community Services Foundation. They do a lot of great work and David has been on that group for several years and provides excellent input. So David, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor, City Council, City staff. I appreciate you giving me some time tonight just to speak a little bit about our foundation. Joining me tonight are foundation board members, Eric Frecking, Howard Hawkins, our president, and Eddie Communian as well. So to get started, the Community Service Foundation, for those of you who don't know, we are a 501c organization. We collaborate with the City of Glendora Recreation and Human Services Department. Their mission is to support, sponsor, and promote the development and upkeep of public parks, recreation, and community services while providing financial assistance to enhance the City of Glendora's offerings. So together, our mission is to foster the recreational, educational environment and cultural life of our community by encouraging and soliciting support of our city parks and recreation. So tonight, I really want to spend a little bit of time talking to you about what we have started to do since coming out of COVID. Some of the amazing things that we're doing, some of the events that we have. Love to get the public to understand that we are here in the community and we're doing a lot of fun things and what we're giving back to the community in a lot of ways in the hope to get additional support and recognition so that we can continue to grow and even do more. A perfect example is we created a youth service award, and this is something that I brought to the table, and a lot of what happens in this community goes unnoticed, and a lot of things are being done by the youth of our community, and it was my thought that why not find this youth and recognize them and offer them an opportunity to gain a financial reward for giving back to our community. I have, and I will leave with you, our nomination applications that we have. And what we're trying to accomplish, again, is recognizing the support and the help of our youth. This is open to any resident in the City of Glendora from the ages of 6 to 25. So it could be anybody, right? Any youth that has done something amazing that has gone unnoticed that somebody can recognize and bring forth to us as a nomination to say, hey, they've done an amazing job. We are offering up to $2,000 as an award. We can divide it up into 2 or 3 or 4, depending upon how many nominations we have. And I'm excited to tell you that we will be giving out the first award not this Thursday, the next Thursday at the Community Service Commission meeting to the T4G program, which is the Teens for Glendora that work down at the community, down at the Teen Center. And we're going to be providing them $1,000 to give back to them for all the different things that they are doing and all the hard work and the service hours that they are putting in to help build up a budget that they are trying to do more things for the community. So that to me is something that I'm very passionate about. And I think that we as an organization are trying to give back to those that are doing so much for the community and recognizing them, bringing them to light. A few other things that we are doing. We manage the Yellow Ribbon banner program. You may all be aware, right? For those that are in the Armed Force Services, we have the banners that are lining our streets. We solicit nominations for those people that go in. We get the banners made, we get them hung, and we maintain those throughout the course of the year. We also facilitate and manage the Glendora Avenue banner program. So the banners that get raised and stationed over here at Glendora Avenue, highlighting all the different events that go on, we facilitate making sure that those get taken care of and handle all the financial responsibilities as well. Let's see. Our funnest event is happening just a few days from now on September 21st, our 0.5K walk and run. I think all of you have a little piece of memorabilia from our upcoming event, a cup with our sticker in it. This is our 4th annual, I believe, event. Is that right? 4th annual event. We start with a walk from this year. We're going to start here in front of City Hall. We go down to the corner of Grand and Bennett, and we have an amazing time. We raise quite a bit of money from this particular event, in the tune of anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000 by donations from sponsorships through the community and businesses, and then from the $40 per person that we actually charge. When for that, you get quite a bit, right? You're going to get a meal, you're going to get a few beverages, you're going to get entertainment, you get a lot of socialization, and this year Handles will be there. So if you're not doing anything Saturday night, the 21st, please come and join us. It's a lot of fun. This year, our 3rd annual Stuff the Bus program, toy drive. This, some of you have probably been a part of and have heard. We will be out at Walmart 2 successive Thursdays, the day after Thanksgiving, and then the following week. We were asking for donations of toys for the underprivileged and for the community. The last few years, we have successfully fulfilled over 100 families with Christmas gifts for those that are in need that might not have the opportunity to enjoy the holiday. Last year, we also had a gift wrap station where we had the local Boy Scouts come and they would actually gift wrap those toys that the family selected for those kids, enabling them to have something to take back and put under a Christmas tree if they have one, or able to open up on Christmas Day. And I've had many stories from those families that have come through and basically to tears, just thanking us for the opportunity to provide such joy for their kids when unfortunately they may not have had the means to do so. So we are doing that. Another fundraiser we have, some of you I know have participated in May. We have our golf scramble over at Glen Oaks Golf Course. That's been going on for several years, and next year, which should be even more fun as they start doing some of the renovations for the enhancements of that area. So again, another fundraiser that we do. A few of our accomplishments, we've donated $500 to the Glendora Lassie League 10U All-Star team as they headed up to nationals in Oregon a year or so ago. We've donated $2,500 of our funds that we've raised to help purchase and buy toys and gift cards for the Stuff to Bus program to enhance what we have been able to get as donations. We've purchased 4 paddle saddles for the city's highly utilized pickleball courts at the Crowther Teen Center and Family Center and Finkbeiner Park. And then again, the donation of $1,000 to the T4G program that we'll be giving out the following Thursday. So that's us. That's it. We are trying to grow our outreach. Hence we're here to share with you guys. I know you guys are a part of a lot of outside affiliations and community events and whatnot. It would be great that you guys think of us in communicating to those avenues, specifically for this Community Service Youth Service Award that I will leave you like a award, like I said, our nomination form. And please pass them out, get more from the from our Community Service Department. The award for next year gets in January. We collect all of the nominations. We meet as a board, we review them, and then we vote to give out the award by the end of March. So that's it. Thank you so much for your time. And if there's any questions, feel free to let me know.
Any questions for David? Karen?
Not a question for David, but you reminded me of another topic when you were talking about the yellow ribbon program. Right now, there are yellow ribbons in the village, and I've had about 4 inquiries from residents asking if that was for the military. And I explained to them that no, the school district did that as part of Wellness Week
Yes.
and suicide prevention. And even Captain Gold is wearing one of the yellow ribbons right now. So just for anyone watching and listening, thinking that maybe those yellow ribbons are related to your program, that right now it's part of the school district's awareness through Wellness Week. So I just wanted to spell
Glad
that
to,
out.
good for you to make that distinction
Yes.
because yes, that's a very important difference.
You mind if I add something?
No, not at all, Mr. President.
Karen always comes out and blesses the sitters as we go by on the 0.5K. And wanted to thank you publicly for doing that. I hope you'll do it again.
Anything else? Michael?
David, thank you for the presentation. I really enjoyed that. But since your committee had designed the Medal of Merit, do you have access to that for some of your awards?
That's a good question, and I don't have an answer for you, to be honest with you. But no, it's something that we should definitely have access to. If we don't, that is something that we want to make sure as we give out awards that we recognize those individuals for anything and everything that we possibly can. So I will make sure that at our next meeting we have a conversation around that and see how we can implement that.
So our city manager, does you think any of their awardees would qualify under the requirements off the top of your head, or you'd have to look into it? Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gary, David? Can I just ask one thing? So if we wanted to give a year-end gift, it is a tax write-off, correct? Since you're a 501c3?
Yes.
Howard, you're the attorney, so you're saying yes. So as we think about year-end gifts to support our youth, veterans, and the flags and everything, you would accept a check from anybody or anyone?
Most definitely.
Just say, hey, thanks, and keep up the good work, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, this is a shameless plug for those that are out there. Hey, if you have another $250 or $500, this is a great cause. So write a check.
Absolutely. That would be amazing.
Okay.
So thank you.
All
Thank you
right.
for your time, and I have one of these each.
Great. All right. David, thank you. Excellent job that you guys are, doing. All right. Next is the consent calendar. We can dispense of items 6 through 8 with one motion.
I'll move items 6 through 8 on the consent.
Okay.
Second it.
Second. Since we don't have our automated voting, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Of course. Councilmember Ellis,
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freno,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Great, thank you. All right, we're moving on to item 9. As you can see what it is, the designation of voting delegates for the League of California Cities and Annual General Assembly on October the 18th. And Rigoberto, did I get that right?
Yes, he did.
Or, yeah, okay, so I was close. This young man works in the city clerk's office. He does just outstanding work, and he always has a smile. And he's the front person when you walk in, and you will meet him. And so it's great to have you here tonight. to share with us this
Thank
this
you.
update.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. This year, the League of California Cities Annual Conference will take place October 16th through the 18th at the Long Beach Convention Center. An event of significant importance is the League's General Assembly, taking place Friday, October 18th. It is here at the General Assembly that members convene to participate in the development of Cal City policies. To cast a vote at the League's General Assembly, the City Council must choose one voting delegate and up to 2 alternate voting delegates. For Resolution 2024-05, the city's current voting delegate is Councilmember Karen Davis, with Councilmember Michael Alawas serving as the alternate voting delegate. Both council members have registered for and confirmed their attendance for this year's Cal Cities Conference, and with council approval, will represent the city of Glendora's interest. In the event the voting delegates cannot serve in that capacity, the city council has in the past opened the voting roll to any members of the council that plan to attend the conference. The city council may choose to continue this practice or choose a configuration it deems appropriate. To meet the September 25th deadline for submitting the voting delegate form, it is being recommended that the city council, 1, designate Councilmember Karen Davis as the voting delegate to represent the city of Glendora at the League's annual business meeting. 2, designate Councilmember Michael Alawas as the city's alternate voting delegate in the event Councilmember Karen Davis cannot serve in that capacity. And 3, to direct the city clerk or their designee to sign and submit the required voting delegate form to the League Sacramento office no later than Wednesday, September 25th, 2024. Thank you.
Great job. An
Thank you.
excellent job. So, questions from council? David?
If I recall right, there may be a resolution come, if it gets past the 2 committees at the convention, that we were part of the sponsorship of. And I think we took a position on that resolution. And should we expect that if the resolution hits the general body, that our direction on that would be the vote?
That's correct. So great question. And just for a recap, and great job on the presentation. Appreciate you this evening. The city council previously, Councilmember Alawas had requested the city council support some resolution language. That resolution has made it through the league's staff and is being assigned to a policy committee. After policy committee, it will go to a resolutions committee, which is a second committee. And so the specific direction provided by the city council to staff was, or to its body members, were that resolution would be supported by the city council unless there were material changes to the intent of the resolution, at which point the city council would have to take a further action to either support or take a no position. So as is typical when there are resolutions, typically whoever the city assigns works with staff to look at the final resolution package and make a determination from there. Here, because it is a legislative action, the city has a policy where the mayor and mayor pro tem review any changes. So in the case that there are changes, mayor and mayor pro tem would make that assertion pursuant to your city council policy. And if the recommendation is approved, we would sit down with Karen and go down that path. So that is kind of in a nutshell the process that would be taken.
Very good. Pending any other discussion, I would move that we accept the recommendations.
Okay.
Well, since the discussion came up,
Yeah.
just to clarify, because there's going to be, majority of the council are going to be traveling in October. And so is there a contingency plan in place to deal with it with remote conversations?
If there was such a significant change, we would look at holding a special meeting. Yes.
Just to be clear.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. While your light was on, it's now off. Okay, so a motion has been made by David, seconded by Gary. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Of course. Councilmember Ellis,
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
sir, thank you. You did an excellent job. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Okay, moving on to item 10, amend the resolution for the city's 2023 annual review of appointments to various boards by updating the city's delegate for the Foothill Transit Board. And Deputy City Clerk, Roxanne.
I'll
is
take this one.
going- Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just reading what I was given.
No,
So, okay. All right. So
Yeah, we're all switching roles here.
We're all
here
switching
this
roles.
evening, and so
We're
I lost
flexible.
rock, paper, scissors, rock.
There you go.
so
Okay.
Here I am. So typically what occurs every year as the council member knows, as the council members know, is about first part of the year, we sit down with the council members and all of you are assigned committees and either the primary or the secondary, and we go around the table. A lot of your assignments have not changed over the last couple of years. And so Councilmember Boyer is leaving us and has had to submit notification to the various policy committees that he sits on. Foothill Transit is one where he is a member of the larger board, but has also earned himself a spot on the executive board as well, and had to work with their CEO, Doran, or executive director, Doran Barnes, on stepping down and the timing of that. Staff had conversations, and in the interim period before we go back out and reassign all these assignments again, we'll have a period of time when we don't have a primary assignee. After discussions, the mayor indicated his interest based on his transportation expertise and potentially looking at serving in other transportation areas throughout Southern California. So the item before you this evening is sort of an interim step before we have a full discussion on all the council assignments again at the first part of the year, which is after we swear in new council members, after we elect a new mayor and mayor pro tem. So the verbiage is written in conversations with Councilmember Boyer. The exact timing of his stepping down, we wanted to give maximum flexibility. So it's basically through December 4th that we can make that actual change on who the primary assignee is, effective up into today. So from today till the last council meeting in which the Councilmember Boyer participates, the timing of him stepping down would be flexible in that time frame. So happy to answer any questions as it relates to this item.
Okay, thank you. Questions at, Karen? I was looking at, but I had Karen's.
No, and maybe, because just for the person on the street out there, if you could rephrase what you said in a way of why this is happening now and not at the normal time.
Yes.
Because that's what the missing piece is
Yeah.
that folks are trying. to
Apologies for
unravel.
that. So we have an election for a district currently represented by Councilmember Boyer. That will be held in November with the presidential election. The new member will be sworn in 30 days after certification by the county at our first regularly scheduled meeting, which we believe is December 10th, I believe. At that time, we typically don't do these reassignments with both primary and secondary. Let's just use some other verbiage here to help out, or an alternate and so on and so forth. So we'll have a brief period of time where the number one assignee isn't there. So this is to fill a gap option.
Here, I'll say it for you in the Reader's Digest. Because Mr. Boyer is going off the council, there would be a lapse of time, and that's why it's being done now rather than at a later time.
That's
Just
correct.
for those inquiring minds. So,
All
there
right,
you go.
very good.
We'll blame Councilmember Boyer. Yeah.
We are going to
And
blame.
we're going to blame him for a lot of things.
Councilmember Boyer for a lot of things. All right, David, any questions? Your light's not on, but
No questions.
I don't want to skip you. Michael, anything?
Yeah, I noticed in there that there was a piece in there about being the executive committee. Is that now removed? I didn't see it on there on the copy that I had.
It's not an automatic assignment. It's one that's appointed. So
Correct.
this appointment is simply to the larger board.
Right, but it was in the staff report, so I didn't understand what it was there for. Because it is an appointment of the board itself.
Yes, it was simply in the background section to state that the Councilmember Boyer is not only a member of the larger board, but also the executive board.
I would like to remove my name as an alternate and insert Councilmember Friedendahl as alternate.
The only question I have is from a process standpoint, is that all right? I mean, I
From
don't
a
know.
motion and a second, it's an item before council's consideration. We do mention Councilmember Alowis is the secondary appointment, so that's definitely within his realm
Okay.
to request or recommend.
Okay, all right. Anything else, Michael? Well, Gary, since you're causing this mess, well, I'll give you the last word.
Well, and just to clarify, the way the Foothill Transit Board works, there's a governing board of 25 members, and then there's an executive board of 5 members, of which I'm serve on the executive board. So I have put in my resignation from the executive board, but I will still be a member of the governing board. And I plan on holding on to that position right up until I leave council. So, I would request that this would take effect on December 10th.
Okay. That is fine, and I understand it. I'm pausing because I am trying to incorporate what Michael said. Should we name the alternate now and make that a part of the motion?
Councilmember, would you be amenable to say that in addition to item 1, that we would also appoint the mayor pro tem and then amend the resolution language accordingly? Does that work? for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Remove-
That's subject to the mayor pro tem agreeing to take on the alternate role
Willingly.
instead of the delegate, yes.
Okay. Michael, is that a motion then?
Yes, I'll move the resolution or the motion with my name being removed and Councilmember Friedendahl inserted.
Okay, is a second? Do I hear? a
I'll second that.
Okay, David will second. Any other questions, discussions about this? Gary, we thank you for the service and we'll be thanking you more, but thank you for the service, and I know that you'll be able to finish strong. So thank
It's
you.
actually pretty interesting, the dance to do to resign and remove yourself from when you're on a number of committees and boards.
Yeah,
This position, everyone has a different set of rules.
that is
Yeah,
true.
and I would just add to that, the council members also on a number of boards and committees that can follow the normal process, and has also got himself appointed to other subcommittees like on the COG. So it's part of the housing trust. So we will have several holes to fill, and when we have a new council member, again, in the January, February timeframe, we'll come back and try to plug some of those other holes.
Okay. All right, with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Of course, Councilmember Elowis.
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedendahl.
Yes.
Mayor Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. Number 11, are you gonna put that up there? Part of the change that we have made is we have hopefully enabled those that are here to see what we're going to be talking about and voting on, and you can see what staff is recommending. So with brand new screens, so I think that that's a wonderful thing. Okay, number 11, is Roxanne going to give this or is Adam going to give this? Discuss the cancellation of the city council successor meeting for October the 8th due to a lack of quorum. So my
Go do it.
outline says Roxanne, but now that we're pivoting.
I
Adam,
will
are you up
present this
again?
item too. You know what?
Okay, well,
Here
you're up
we are
again.
this evening. So as the council knows, and as members of the public know, if they watch, 3 members of the city council will be making a trip to Mocha, Japan in celebration of their 70th anniversary as a city. We have the situation where several people fly back the day of the council meeting, and with everything that goes on for prep for a council meeting, it may not be in the best interest to hold it that night. Let the public be rest assured, we're recommending we cancel the normal meeting. We had a break during the summer and ended up holding 3 special meetings. So if there is duties and responsibilities of the city council and items that come up, staff will work to hold a special meeting, which are actually easier for us to set up on the fly. It's easier for it to cancel a regularly scheduled meeting and set up a special meeting than it is to try to do something alternative. So this is a formal action to request that we cancel that meeting, and staff will work with the city council if if an additional meeting is needed before the second meeting in October.
All right, questions on that? David?
I think they're just afraid that any fiscal decisions that night would be made in yen.
The conversion rate right now is great, so
Yeah, that is true. The dollar is pretty strong there. All right, any questions? Is there a motion to accept this?
So move.
Second?
Second.
All right, a motion was made by Karen, seconded by Gary. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Of course, Councilmember Ellis.
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fridino,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
okay. Number 12, and just so people will know that are here, there are 14 things that we need to do tonight, so we're on 12, so we're making pretty good time here. Consideration of a resolution amending policy 1.02 to reorganize of city council and a selection of mayor and mayor pro tem relating to the effective date of mayor and mayor pro tem selection. And to report out is specialist of our city clerk's office, Lorena.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So tonight I'm here to bring for your consideration a change to Administrative Policy 1.02, which establishes the time, term, method, and process of conducting the Glendora City Council reorganization and selection of mayor and mayor pro tem. So a proposed change request was made that the effective date of the newly appointed mayor and mayor pro tem change from upon appointment to January 1st. In our current policy, we conduct annually in December. Mayor and mayor pro tem become effective upon appointment. We currently agendize under special items the certification of election results when it's an election year, recognition of outgoing council members, if applicable, swearing in ceremony, reorganizations, as well as recognition of outgoing mayor. With the proposed change, we would still conduct annually in December the selection of mayor and mayor pro tem, but would change the effective date to begin in January. All while the remaining items would still take place in December and new mayor and mayor pro tem would not begin until the first of the year. So at this time, staff is providing two options for council's consideration. If change is approved by council, we ask that council approve and adopt a city council resolution entitled "A Resolution of the City Council Amending Administrative Policy 1.02, City Council Reorganization and Selection of Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem relating to the effective date of Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem selection and rescind Resolution CC 2022-11. If council chooses to not do anything, then no action is needed. Thank you. Concludes my report, and staff is available if you have any questions.
Okay. This is kind of an awkward thing, but David and I thought about this without even thinking, thought about this without even talking with each other. David actually had mentioned it once prior, and then somehow it popped into my brain, and I sought him out and said, "Hey, what do you think of this?" And we went through a lot of what ifs from election and timing and everything, and we just thought that we've never have had an issue. But with the quirkiness of elections and voting and everything else, we thought that this might be a good thing. This in no way takes any time away from the current mayor or mayor pro tem. David can speak for himself, but we both thought that this would be an appropriate thing. So the plan is, if this should be approved, that on December the 10th, and assuming that the county has all of the votes back, we will re-elect and appoint for Gary's seat. Say our best wishes to Gary. Elect David, since he's our mayor pro tem, and David would then be effective as our mayor on 1/1/25. And that's how it would work. So, David, any thoughts that you want to add? Or you want to clean up what I said?
He just wants to be Santa Claus one more time. The only possibility I came up with in the scenarios was if, for example, the mayor and mayor pro tem potentials were not in the reelection and there was a new slate, this could stand a 1 month period of time. So we would need to either appoint an interim or there's a process in place for that. So the city would not be underserved during that time. So we would.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, do you want us to provide clarification on the actual process that you have,
Fine,
how that would work? Danny?
Well, so, yeah. Good question. In that case, the appointments would be made in December and through this new policy would take in effect in January. However, in that case, there would be a vacancy of the mayor or mayor pro tem if they weren't reelected or if they were no longer in office. And so the revised policy provides that in that case, there would be a vacancy and the appointment would then take effect immediately at that December date rather than taking effect in the January date. And there's a provision that provides for that.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Michael?
Yes, I had asked Danny about this question yesterday and then today and clarified it. Can you actually read that language that's in the
That
amendment?
section of the policy, which is attached to the resolution with the amended language for the policy for appointments. And in section 2, it says that any appointments to vacant positions are effective immediately. And that's new added language to address this.
And that's considered vacant if there is a vacant, the mayor, mayor pro tem weren't reelected and or they didn't choose to run for office, that would have both offices vacant in your opinion.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Gary, any questions?
I'll be working with Joe planning a Christmas parade.
There you go. Well, that is
Gotta
important.
figure it out.
That is important. Okay, is there a motion to accept this, please?
In which option? Option 1 or option 2?
Option 1.
Okay, just wanted for the record.
I'll move to approve option 1.
Is there a second?
I'll second it, and just cleaning up your language when you inserted names in those roles, just for the sake of Brown Act, remove the names from that, what you
Yes.
said earlier, and we're all good.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. Yeah. Okay, a motion has been made by Gary and seconded by Karen to adopt option 1. Madam Clerk? please
Of
call the
course.
roll.
Councilmember Ellis,
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frindall,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Okay, great. All right, item 13. We are going to hear the outcome of the 2024 Business Retention and Expansion Survey by Chantel. We have got a copy of all of this, and it is very interesting stuff. So Chantel, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Tonight for your consideration is the 2024 Business Retention and Expansion Survey, and I'm going to call it BRE just for short. And before we get started, the BRE survey report will be delivered under separate cover during this presentation, and my apologies for getting that to you late. The intent of the BRE survey is to highlight the city's pro-business approach, strengthen communications with local businesses, assess business satisfaction with the city, identify business needs and concerns, understand future business outlooks, explore training opportunities, and create strategies to support economic development. The BRE survey was distributed to around 1,100 storefront businesses via mail, email, in-person visits by staff to encourage participation. The survey was open from July 11th to the 9th, 2024, spanning 30 days with a target response of 15 to 20%. We had 231 businesses participate in the survey and received a 22 response rate. As shown in the graph, the majority of the responses came from businesses in the other category, which include industries like printing, computer software, education classes, daycare, and more. Second greatest is healthcare. And on average, responding businesses have been operating in Glendora for 22 years, with the oldest established in 1903 and the newest in less than a year. Participation was spread across all areas of the city as illustrated in the map. Understanding why businesses chose to establish to remain in Glendora helps us market and promote the city more effectively. The top 5 reasons are: number 1, location. 21% of businesses cited location as a key factor. Number 2, a sense of community and relationships. 16% highlighted the strong sense of community and supportive relationships with other business owners. Number 3, proximity to home. 13% mentioned the convenience and being close to home. Number 4, safety. 12% valued the safety of the area. However, some respondents noted the decline in their sense of security due to concerns about homelessness and raising crime. And number 5, the small town values. 11% appreciated the small town atmosphere and its strong values. We asked businesses, what is their overall opinion in Glendora to conduct business? And 84% of businesses rated Glendora as either satisfied or very satisfied as a place to conduct business. And only 2% of the respondents rated Glendora either dissatisfied or very dissatisfied as a place to conduct business. And when asked to elaborate, it's due to homelessness, insufficient consumer spending, an abundance of business making the city feel dull, such as real estate offices, healthcare facilities, gyms, plus the streets and the alleyways. In the 2012 BREE survey, 73% of business rated Glendora as a good or excellent place to conduct business. And in 2016, 82% said it was a good or excellent place. Glendora continues to improve as evident in the positive trend and increased satisfaction levels of the business community. We also inquired whether businesses had location in other cities, and 16% said yes. When asked how Glendora compares to those other locations, 43% stated Glendora is a better place to conduct business. 50% said about the same, and no one reported it was worse, which is something that we should be proud of while acknowledging that we can still improve. When asked to describe challenges business have encountered while operating in Glendora, this was an open-ended question, yielded a wide range of responses, which we organized in common themes. 24% of respondents reported facing no challenges at all. 16% identified homelessness as a significant issue, mentioning concerns such as littering, public intoxication, employee safety, factors that discourage customers from visiting their business. 9% of business voiced concerns over rent cost, while 8% expressed feeling unsafe in Glendora. We also wanted to understand the general obstacles impacting businesses' operation, and 36% highlighted the rising cost of inventory as a major concern, reflecting the financial strain many are experiencing due to inflation. 19% pointed to difficulties in recruiting and retaining employees, along with navigating HR requirements and labor laws. The concerns we heard will be considered as we develop the new economic development programs. For instance, we may want to start with communication with business via newsletters or emails, updates on addressing homelessness. We can also provide workshops on HR requirements and labor laws. We asked about the future of the businesses, and 65% of respondents expressed a positive outlook, anticipating growth over the next 2 years. And 33% plan to hire within the next 2 years. Comparing the past 2 years with the upcoming 2 years, more businesses expect to increase their workforce, with fewer anticipating a decrease. We we asked, would it be beneficial for the city to provide free workshops? 44% are not interested. 37% would benefit from marketing strategies. 34% will benefit from social media marketing. 22% will benefit from internet marketing. And in the past, we have partnered up with different groups, including SCORE, Small Business Administration, even the Chamber of Commerce. So that's something that we will recommend moving forward. A key takeaway from the survey is there's a strong interest in city engagement through networking events, with over half of the respondents expressing this desire. And city staff have already begun attending network events, and there's been a positive feedback from the business community, which has been very encouraging. Moving forward, the city will continue to actively participate in these events, fostering strong connections within our business community. In conclusion, the 2024 BREE survey results highlighted a bright future for Glendora's business environment, consisted with a positive ranking in 2012 and 2016 survey. The city continues to its commitment to supporting local businesses, addressing their needs, and prompting a thriving economy. So our plan of action: a thorough review and consideration. Concerns and suggestions raised in the survey will be carefully reviewed. Each issue will be evaluated to determine actionable steps in the city that the city can take to address these challenges effectively. Targeted workshops and development. Based on the interests expressed in the workshop topics, we will explore educational sessions, including partnerships with the Chamber of Commerce, engaging with experts and partners who can contribute valuable insight and support. Enhance community engagement. Recognizing the importance of networking and collaboration, the city will continue to participate and organize events that foster connections with the business community. Additionally, additional opportunities for direct engagement will be pursued to ensure that the needs and concerns of our local businesses are continually heard and addressed. Strategic communication. The survey responses will be included in our marketing and attraction strategies, ensuring that Glendora is highlighted as a business-friendly city in our outreach and attraction efforts. This concludes my presentation, and I am here for any questions. Thank you.
Chantel, thank you. Excellent, excellent work. And wow, there's a lot to just learn and unpack. And so thank you. Michael, any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chantel. It was a nice presentation. I have a few. In the preparation to this report, did you involve the chamber in any fashion on this, on the upfront? Since they have a lot of this information already.
The only involvement the chamber has was helping us get the word out for the survey.
Okay. You touched on toward one of your last bullet points right here, enhanced community engagement. That's always been a challenge for us citywide, engaging the public. Any ideas moving forward of how you can possibly do that?
We are actually looking into that.
Okay. So no firm direction right now?
No firm direction.
Okay. On your survey on page 217, it says, and you just mentioned it, 9% reporting unsafe and then 17% on issues of homeless. Do you think those two are tied together?
Yes.
They are. Okay. And then 36% inflation is a challenge that we're all dealing with at the moment. Any ideas of how we can help in that fashion? Is it reduction in overhead from the city as far as rules, regulations, streamlining, things of that nature?
I will refer that question.
I'm happy to jump in on that one. So the city, as you mentioned, we don't control inflation, and oftentimes, well, a lot of the requirements are there. I mean, we don't even come close to cost recovery on our fees and charges or anything else like that too. So I think the biggest thing we can do is help streamline, help provide some assurances. And the city council previously approved a package of economic development incentives, which would go a long way to help offset some of those costs depending on what it is. So city in itself is not going to solve inflation. You know, a lot of businesses is time and speed and how much staff time is being used to get through some of those areas. And those are all things we're working on. I will touch really briefly on the community engagement piece, and as Chantel mentioned, it's 100% accurate in our strategic plan. The city looks at how it can better engage the community, and we sit around because there are so many avenues. But one of the really interesting things is on every community survey we do, more than 80% of the public thinks that we communicate effectively with them. So it's a never ending, always changing process to get that engagement. And as business owners are retiring and younger ones are taking over, how they want to be engaged with changes dramatically. And even their willingness to come into City Hall changes awfully dramatically as well. So oftentimes we'll communicate via social media with the potential business. It's a whole different world out there. So
No, I know. It's been on probably every strategic planning meeting that we've had. That item's always been on there.
absolutely
I know we
correct.
allocated or we approved at the last meeting $1 million to go out there, and I'm not sure where that can be necessarily funneled down to because it wasn't precise at that point in time
Yeah.
of what we're going to do with that. So maybe there's some inflation things or equipment or whatever that was listed originally.
And I think it's really important that the survey is done because that will help us take the city council direction with these responses and help us create those policies for city council direction, which is one of the other reasons that we do something like this.
I guess I'm kind of curious because a lot of the items that are on here is what the chamber already does. So want to make sure that we're not doing double duty with what we also help support the chamber financially and otherwise. And is there a nexus there where the two entities can help each other and partner?
Here comes Valerie up here.
And maybe Joe, I'm looking to you, and I'm not sure if you want to weigh in on this, but you're more than welcome to.
We've been trying to meet more with Joe and try to develop our programming so we don't overstep each other. But I think also it's important. One of the questions we did ask just in our survey, and we did it last following times too, is we're reaching out to everybody in the city. And I know Joe makes his services available to everyone in the city as well. But not all of them are members and may not be actively engaged. And so we wanted to make sure we got this out to all of the city. And we also made it a point to ask if anybody was interested in learning more about the chamber, we can go ahead and connect them with him and give them Joe's information and give Joe their information so that we can try to help build up the chamber as well. So we are trying to connect those. Yes, Joe does a phenomenal job, but we just wanted to make sure that we can try to reach out to those businesses that he may not be capturing as well, so we can kind of just make this a little bit better and encompass all of the businesses in the city. And then also just with the engagement, I think most of you are aware that we've been out there doing business visits again. For a while, we weren't able to, but we're out there. I know Chantel and Alicia are out there, trying to really let the businesses know that we're here to serve them. We've also talked about doing networking events. I think that was one of the things in the survey that businesses were interested in. And so we're going to look towards doing more networking events. I know the chamber does that, so we'll work with Joe and see how we can work together. And again, we want to help him grow his membership as well. So if there's ways we can work together, we certainly want to do that.
I hear from some of the business, yeah, the ladies visited us.
Yeah, see, so they're out there more so than me, but they're out there, yeah.
But going back to Joe for just a second, you help any business that's available, correct? Any business that needs help, regardless if they're a member or not, correct?
Correct. Yeah. We help anybody. We just feature our members.
Correct.
Directories and stuff. Yeah.
Do you usually have that many folks that come out and that are not members that ask for help?
Well, we get people all the time, even people from outside the city, and in most cases, if it's stuff like we can't help, we forward them on to Valerie and Alicia and Chantel.
Yeah.
For that information.
I knew that you, I just
Regularly.
wanted to make sure that was part of the record and you put that out there for those two people that are
sure.
watching.
Oh, yeah. And I do say, that, there's been a lot of representation from the city, and, and I've just told them, sorry, I'm away from you. The business owners love it. They like seeing city representation, even though most people think the chamber is a city, but we're not, we're separate. But we are working together. We meet monthly, and we're working on stuff.
Yeah, as I mentioned, a lot of businesses you've already visited and they comment that the city's already visited, the gang has already shown up. So thank you for that. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Michael. Gary?
Yeah, you know, one of the things I found interesting is a lot of the comments and everything in the survey are things that either we're already doing or that are in the works. I noticed one comment, they were talking about a program in the city of Long Beach called Long Beach Gives, that puts people who want to volunteer together with organizations. That's a project our library is actually working on with the Volunteer Hub that they already use, but they're going to be growing that program. So there's a lot of things that we have, getting the word out. I know you're doing a great job with that, but that's always a task that's difficult. One of the questions I have, was a survey done anonymously or did people give their contact information?
People give their contact information.
We do have their contact information?
Yes.
Is there a plan to follow up with some of the, because as you read some of the comments on here, it would be nice to get back to, get an email back to people and say, hey, here are things that are already in the works you may not know about that we're currently doing. The other thing that I saw that was a little bit disheartening, you read in some of the comments that people are struggling. They're struggling. Their comment I saw over and over again, there's nothing the city can do to help their situation. Well, it'd be interesting to know what that situation is, because we don't know what can be done to help, even if it's putting them in connection with different people or whatever. So hopefully there's a follow-up plan to reach back out to people to share what we currently, or what you guys currently are doing, and then to follow up and try to get some additional information. But it's a great job. Love this survey. I was going to ask Joe to come up and comment on it, but I already have. But if you had any other comments or questions, Joe, I think we'd all appreciate you being part of this. Maybe when we're done, we can invite Joe to come up and speak.
Thank you, Gary. Karen, anything?
I was just going to say, I don't see it as a either or. I see it as both and. And I see that the city's role is unique in and of itself. That the chamber does an outstanding job, but it's not this, the city versus the chamber. And you all have been out there and it's been awesome seeing you. And I think the fact that Valerie was asked to cut the ribbon at one of the business ribbon cuttings speaks volumes in and of itself of the involvement with the city, with businesses, and how much they appreciate that. So kudos to all of you for what you're doing. And I think it's great. And I think your approach of dovetailing the two when appropriate, but there are unique responsibilities and roles that the city has, and to follow through on those. So thank you for that, and keep up the great work.
David?
Yeah, thank you, Chantel. Great survey, and I applaud the caliber of it is first rate. And congratulations on getting a 22% respondent. Sorry, it's not 88%, but that's not your fault. Great effort, and hopefully the businesses will be more forthcoming in future surveys, because we need to hear this. Of the surveyed parties, what percentage would you say is homegrown business versus corporate box business?
So this survey was for storefront businesses. We didn't survey homegrown, home-based business.
Well, I mean,
Oh, like how many started here in town?
Glendora-based, family-based business versus.
We didn't,
versus
I don't believe we sent this to the big box corporations. It was mostly, Walmart, Home Depot, those were not included. in
We
this.
did include how many other cities someone does business in, or if there's multiples therein.
Yeah, last business.
But these tended to be based on some of the responses that was shared, a lot of local businesses.
Okay.
Like this is their sole proprietorship in a lot of cases.
All right, great. Well, I think it's good. And with the business engagement plan that we just recently approved and this survey, I think it behooves this body greatly to continue our support for the business development and protection of those businesses. The next item on the agenda is going to be key, that we need to look at that very seriously and take a strong stance against the people that are not doing business legitimately in our town, and address how we're going to address that. That's certainly impacting the survivability of the people who are doing it correctly. So thank you.
Chantel, thank you, and I echo everything that's been said, but I would also say just a couple of other things, and I echo what Karen said. I have heard from folks, when you guys show up at a ribbon cutting, they're amazed because usually the city shows up when there's a problem. And you guys show up, you're so kind and gracious and smiling and affirming of what they're, doing. And they're like, wow, the city really does care. You walk the walk and you talk the talk. And so I would encourage you to keep that up. And then Gary made a great point, and I really would encourage you guys to do that, is go back and talk to those people that are struggling, that have questions. Not that you can solve them all, but listening is half of what they want to experience. And I think that if word gets out, hey, they couldn't fix it, but they listened and noodled on what I said, and maybe something can come out of that. And word is going to spread like that. And I know the shoe place that's uptown. He moved from an adjoining city to the east, and he said, "You guys were just kind to us and welcomed us," and that just spreads. And so, thank you for doing this. And I agree, it's not an either or. We are so blessed to have Joe, the chamber board, his amazing staff, and we work really well hand in hand. And each of you have your own lanes, but you each work to really help with the main goal, and that is to see a business thrive. So, good job. So, keep it up. We need a motion to accept this report. Is
So
there-
moved.
Second.
And Karen seconded. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Of course, Councilmember Ellis,
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Chantel, could you give my copy to Joe? I think if anybody should have the full copy, it should be Joe. And he can make notes, and I'm sure he'll go home tonight and be up till midnight just absorbing that. So there you go, Joe. Okay, thank you. Last item, we are so pleased to have Mark and Jeff come up and talk about how we can preserve our city, and as David just said, help those people that are maybe outside the lane of some of the business rules and guidance that we have. We certainly want to help them. We want to see them thrive, but we want to see them stay within the lane. So, Mark, I know that you are on the enforcement end often, and so thank you for the good job that you're doing. Jeff has a broader range of oversight there, so welcome, guys. It's yours.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Thank you for inviting Jeff and I to speak on community preservation and sidewalk vending. The role of community preservation within the city of Glendora is to enforce the municipal code. They're responsible for enforcing public nuisance statutes and ordinances which have been enacted by state and local legislative bodies. When encountering a vendor, community preservation officers, or CPOs, seek to educate any vendor prior to implementing enforcement actions. When a vendor is observed or a call for services received, CPOs contact the vendor, identify them, advise them of the GMC, necessary permits, and enforcement actions that will be taken if they do not comply. If the vendor fails to comply, an administrative citation is issued. Any other violations of state law witnessed are addressed, and the violators are issued appropriate penal, business, or vehicle code violations. We've seen a marked increase in vending over the past 2 years. In addition to vendor compliance, community preservation is responsible for enforcing public nuisance statutes and ordinances which have been enacted by the state and local legislative bodies. Community preservation opens a case once a violation at a business or residence has been verified by officers. Historically, the number of cases opened and closed has fluctuated. Some factors that influence the number of cases open and when they could be closed are staffing issues, limited contact due to pandemic, time constraints of large cases, and community-generated complaints. The cases do not include community outreach, citizen contacts, low-level violations, or counter assistance that is provided daily, and as such, the number of cases is not reflective of the overall workload of community preservation. Community preservation has been a part of the police department since 2006. Prior to 2006, they fell under the Planning and Redevelopment Department, except for a short period when they reported to the police department during the transition. Presently, the Community Preservation Division is supervised by the Support Services Supervisor and is staffed with 2 full-time community preservation officers. They work with a variety of city departments and agencies within Los Angeles County and assist or initiate the investigation of violations of city zoning, municipal, state health, and uniform codes. Community preservation works closely with the city attorney and the police department to prepare legal actions when education and informal mitigation fails to remedy unsafe health and safety violations. Calls that are initiated by the community are reactive in nature, as community preservation is responding to their inquiry, which is in line with the city's strategic plan. Traditionally, based on the desire of the community and city council, community preservation has been primarily reactive in response to violations. Proactive cases are initiated by law enforcement, other city departments, outside partner agencies, or the CPOs themselves. Overall, our primary goal is voluntary compliance. If that cannot be met, we have procedures in place that begin with conversations and notices through citations and further legal actions if necessary.
Okay, so I'm here to talk a little bit about sidewalk vendors and some of the laws that the state adopted in the last few years and what the city has done to come in compliance with those laws. And also, I think when it seems like when code enforcement moved from the Planning and Redevelopment Department to the Police Department, there were a couple things that remained under planning, and one of them was street vendor permits, which things like ice cream trucks, other types of food vendors selling out of motorized vehicles, and a couple of other things. And so in 2018, when the state expanded the ability of individuals, and in particular, they were intending to provide economic opportunities to low-income and immigrant communities, they adopted the governor back in 2018 signed SB 946. And SB 946 requires all cities to comply with state law by having a program to issue permits for sidewalk vendors, which are different than street vendors, which the city had a permit process for. And so in 2019, the city adopted an ordinance which became part of the municipal code, which established a permitting process and a regulatory program for sidewalk vendors in the city. And that program is run by the planning division within the community development department. So if you're a sidewalk vendor, you come in and you go through the process to get your permit with the planning division. So what is a sidewalk vendor as differentiated from a street vendor? A sidewalk vendor is a person who sells food or merchandise from a push cart, stand or display, pedal-driven cart, wagon, etc. And here are some pictures of some examples of the types of things you see. In Glendora, we haven't really seen any vendors selling food. All of our sidewalk vendors that are active are actually selling flowers, all around a single location. The operating requirements generally for sidewalk vendors is, or basically here, the permitting requirements. They have to provide an ID
a description, a photo of the vending device, proof of approval from Los Angeles County Public Health if they're selling food. Although flowers are perishable, they do not require a permit from LA County Public Health. They also have to provide proof of a city business license and a state seller's permit. The fee for your first year, and the permits are good for 1 year. So for the first year and the first round of review, it's $275, and then $165 for renewal of that permit. And the permits are good for 1 year. The city issues a badge, or kind of it's about a 3x4 type of identification that is required to be carried on the person or on the device for each vendor, when you're vending in the city of Glendora. We limit the size of sidewalk vending devices to 3 feet in height and 3 feet in depth, so you can't be very big. So usually when the applicants come in for the flower vendors, they show a picture of, a couple of buckets of, with flowers in them, saying, this is my vending device and this is what I'm selling from. Some of the other operating standards that are, and I want to add that the state law requires that the city can only adopt regulations that relate to public safety. That's one of the provisions of SB 946. So things that are related to sort of aesthetics or how things look, or conflicts with other businesses like other flower shops in the area, those aren't things that the city can adopt or restrict under state law. It's simply safety, public welfare types of issues. And so we require, for example, that stationary vendors, if you're not a roaming vendor pushing a cart but with a stand, it has to be on a sidewalk that is at least 8 feet wide. And that's to provide at least a minimum amount of ADA wheelchair access. So the ADA trumps the state law with respect to that. And also that vendors shall not vend within 15 feet of a red curb or driveway. Obviously, vehicle safety, not running into vendors or running into other cars or running into people that vendors are trying to sell their wares to. For example, you cannot, and I think I touched on this a little bit in a couple of slides, but you can't sell or attempt to sell to people in cars or moving vehicles. That's for safety reasons. We have limits on hours of operation, and then stationary vendors cannot vend in areas that are exclusively residential. So you can push a cart through a residential neighborhood, like a little ice cream cart or whatever, but you can't have a stand within a exclusively residential area. Some of the frequent violations that we've seen, and we meet, myself, a building official and the city planner, we meet actually on a monthly basis or with the police department on code enforcement issues where our different activities overlap, and it's really the last several months it's all been about the sidewalk vendors, because planning division issues permits for those things, and then the police department does the enforcement. Frequent violations include vending within 15 feet of a driveway, vending in a red curb zone, vending to customers in vehicles and persons in moving vehicles, exceeding the vending device size requirements. They may start out or tell us that they only have a couple of buckets of flowers, but then that group of flowers expands and becomes much bigger. They have tents for shade and so forth. And then setting up merchandise that are spent, like I said, that's not approved as part of their sidewalk vendor permit. The fees or the violations and what you can do to enforce is also explicitly prescribed in the state law. And I think it's clear that, when you read the preamble of the law and some of the policy objectives and the limitations of what cities can do, that the state did not want cities, I think they viewed cities as generally resistant to issuing these types of permits and wanted to take away the city's authority to try to keep these types of things from happening, because again, they thought that language is out of the law that says this is to provide economic opportunities for lower income and immigrant communities in the state. So likewise, we're limited on how we can fine. And in addition to that, when assessing a fine, the person who's fined we have to take into account their ability to pay, and there's an appeal process written in the code and the law that accommodates for that. As of September of 2024, we currently have 9 active vendor permits that are current and in operation. They're all flower vendors, and so they all are generally located and selling around Grand Avenue in the vicinity of the cemetery. So I'll turn it back over to Mark to finish his part, and then I think I'm coming back.
Thank you, sir. Year-to-date, community preservation and Glendora police officers responded to approximately 227 vendors selling a variety of goods, including flowers, food, T-shirts, and political memorabilia. As vendors have familiarized themselves with SB 946, we have seen an approximately 310% increase in calls for service in comparison to the last year. Many of the contacts have been flower vendors and have generated the most calls from the community. As you can see, of the 227 calls for service, the majority are localized along the Grand Corridor. We've also received numerous calls for service between the Glendora Marketplace and Walmart parking lots for vending. In response to these calls, community preservation and Glendora police officers have conducted several operations to to educate and gain vendor compliance. The focus has been to contact each vendor, ensure they are permitted, and that they are following the GMC when vending. Those who have been contacted are advised to immediately stop vending until permits are obtained. If they continue to vend after the advisal, officers issue administrative citations. Repeat violators are cited.
So as part of this assignment, I was asked to come up with some suggestions for the council to consider on how we might revise or update our code. And I don't know that, I looked at different cities' codes in the area and also some that are from larger cities to see what they're doing. And I sort of tried to parse out a few things that I thought might make our code a little bit more kind of consistent with what's going on in the area and in other larger cities. I don't know if these necessarily result in better compliance, but I think it's things that we can do they'll probably are good, just kind of good things to do to incorporate into our code. First, on permit applications, I found in a couple of them, especially in this area, that they require a map of locations and route of travel. We already can identify the vendors by their IDs. But at the same time, it's just additional information from the vendor, and also maybe to verify that where they are planning to vend, whether it be a stand or a push cart, that we know that it's a place where they would be permitted to sell. Also requiring insurance. We didn't require insurance 4 or 5 years ago when we adopted this, in part because we were concerned that it wasn't necessarily a life safety issue related to the operation of a vendor, and would have been an onerous requirement, since the intent of the law was to benefit lower income communities. However, I've noticed that pretty much all of the ordinances have an insurance requirement. Sometimes it's not really specified as to what that would be, and we can leave it up to the risk manager if we incorporated that into the code, what amount of insurance or what type of insurance would be appropriate. That's sort of out of my area of expertise. I really can't say what that would be, but we could do something like that, I think, and that would be probably within the 4 walls of the law. Also, on operating standards, I noticed that some of the buckets and things are just sitting on the ground, and so requiring that they be off 2 feet off the ground. I noticed one city that has a lot of foot traffic, that it was San Diego, and I'm sure in the gas lamp district areas where they have a lot of foot traffic, they try to keep food and things off the ground. So if you have water or things like leaking out of the devices, it reduces a slip and fall type of an issue, which is related to safety. So I think that's appropriate. And also, instead of having I noticed that cities, rather than having a limit on the size of the device, they limit the area that a sidewalk vendor can occupy. And so having basically a 4 feet by 3 feet in width would be enough room for a device, and excluding the vendor themselves to have something out in the street, and also kind of to operate safely. And then I noticed also having, because we have a lot of covers, although those aren't necessarily allowed, maybe limiting your cover to a umbrella that's attached to your vending device would also help in trying to hopefully control some of those things that happen. And then I also proposed a number of different, distance requirement, increasing the distance to a red curb and from bus stops. Also not vending. I noticed that some cities had no vending within 100 feet of a church, school, and I added cemetery because that seems to be the place where it does create issues relative to vehicles and traffic entering the cemetery, and they're definitely not selling legally. In almost every case, they're flagging down vehicles and getting them pull over, which is against what our code has. Also, it's all turned up an effort to try to get compliance. And then lastly, a few cities have an impounding provision if you don't get compliance. And I know that this is a tricky thing, and maybe Mark might talk to some of the issues with doing that, but that's another thing that the city might consider is impounding the merchandise, the equipment, if as a last resort, possibly if enforcement wasn't able to be obtained otherwise. So I will conclude. I guess that's Mark, did you have anything else to add?
No, sir.
Okay, so that's the conclusion of the report. Turn it back over to council to ask questions and look for your recommendations for next steps, if any.
Thank you, guys. Excellent report. Really good job. I usually call on the Mayor Pro Tem last, but I know that this has been a real passion of his, and rightly so. So, David, I'll let you start out this time and see whatever observations or questions that you want to raise.
All right. Thank you,
sir.
Mayor. Thank you, gentlemen. Great report. Few observations as I drive around like you do, and in my normal travels, not searching for things, but just seeing. While yes, you mentioned the flower vendors seem to be our prominent sidewalk vendor of choice these days. They seem to take up about 50 feet per vendor. They're double stacking the buckets, so they turn one over and stack the new ones on top, so they do get them off the ground. But they're taking up the entire sidewalk along the section from the 210 freeway south on Grand to Arrow. Pretty prominent. On big holidays, you might see 14 or 15 different groups. And now whether that's one vendor with many different representatives, it's hard to tell, because I never see an identification or a city ID that they're a licensed vendor. So I might hope that if they're a licensed vendor, that their permit be prominent, that we can see it, so we can tell, and that CPOs can tell, well, that's a good guy who's doing it correctly, versus a freelancer who may not be doing it correctly. A lot of times if we have a food truck in town, they're getting better. They park on a private parking lot, not necessarily on the street. Most of them seem to have their county health permit. I've actually asked a couple of times, do they have a city permit, and was shown, so yay, thank you for them doing it correctly. Others, not so much. But I always have a question when you drive around and you see tents up with food. Where's their where's their health requirement issues? Where's their health or their hand washing stations, their refrigeration, those types of things? Where do they take their bio breaks? Where do the flower people take their bio breaks? I think they take it in the right of way for the off ramps, or sneak over to a business and fertilize the business. Sad state. I don't think that's something we should have to tolerate with, nor the competitive business. I don't think they do. So I know none of us disagree with, we're all in agreement, that's good. Looking at our code and our municipal code, your recommendations, I think, are very very capable and very good. They also mirror very closely the ordinances that LA County put together in trying to comply with the state law. And LA did a good job. But they also will admit, we have no way of enforcing it. We have no clue how we're going to do it. They're trying like crazy to help people be compliant. They have programs to assist that, but they don't have any way to enforce it, nor do they intend to. I hope that's not our position. I think we need to really look at helping the people be compliant or go somewhere else. Glendora doesn't need that. In 250 business days in this year, 56 citations, when you can count 14 per day and watch them setting up just on Grand, isn't a lot of attention in my perspective. I think we're accepting more than we should. And I realize it's a staffing thing. But I'm sorry, I think we need to address that. What do we want the city to be? We want people to come, and we're encouraging new economic business developments. We're trying to invest in those programs, and then we turn a blind eye to the people that are doing it not correctly. Shame on us. We should not be doing that. I certainly support all the efforts and the resolution improvements that you bring. I think we need to be on a daily basis, because looking at them once a month and then leaving the vendors that are not doing it correctly alone, they say, hey, 1 in 30 times I get caught or I get asked, I'll take my chances. That's not fair to the gentleman who's lost 80% of his business legitimately down on South Grand trying to run a flower shop. He came and spoke to us. He's correct. One of these illegals was so brave as to use his sidewalk one day. I couldn't believe it. Ballsy guy that was standing there. I didn't see him there the next day, so he must have got encouraged to move along. I think that we really need to take a look at this. And I'm in a position to, at this point, make a motion that we find funding to add 1 to 2 more CPOs as soon as possible and adopt the recommendations for the code revisions.
All right, let's let everybody speak, and then we'll deal with that motion. Adam, I see you're wanting.
Do have a motion on the table. We need a second for further discussion, Mayor.
Okay.
On that specific motion, if there's no second, then the rest of the council can talk and the motion can be made again. So
Okay, everybody's heard that. Is there a second to David's motion? Hearing none, the motion dies. Okay. Karen? Anything?
Thank you for your report, and I appreciate the additional recommendations you made. And just because second to the flower vendors, the other topic of conversation has been a vendor setting up shop at Grand and Foothill. So based upon the guidelines outlined and what's permitted, that would not be permitted because that is near driveways and red curb. So is that correct? Just for those folks out there asking that question?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No, I think that whatever way we can support you in your efforts. So you two are the experts from 2 different sides of this conversation. So happy to try to do what we can to make your job easier. And also, I think just having this report tonight and sharing this information of what the law is and what the city has been doing about it, it hopefully will answer some of the questions that we get from residents about why is this person here or why is that happening? So I appreciate that educational factor too. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Gary?
Yeah, I have a number of questions. They're sort of all over the place because I was, writing everything down. When we talk about the possibility of implementing a no vending within 50 feet of another vendor, first off, is 50 feet, is there a limit as to what we can do? Can we do more than 50 feet?
I think, well, again, it's like every regulation has to relate to, you know, a public safety issue. There are cities that have greater distances than 50 feet. I think the greatest distance I think I saw was 100 feet.
But we couldn't do 2,000 feet.
You know, I think it's, you know, again, I think if we got challenged on that by, you know, by somebody, we'd have to.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Understood. And I was,
yeah, no, I understand.
but the, when we talk about distance from another vendor, does that include a brick and mortar vendor that is in the same location, like for the flower shop in particular? Would that,
No,
fall into play?
no, there's no,
do we have the ability to do that?
the only, again, I think it would be the only way, we would have to relate everything back to some type of, you know, safety issue. Like there would have to be some sort of, let's say, dangerous situation. I mean, if you have vendors on a sidewalk, you might say, well, if they're too close together, there's potential queuing and people on the sidewalk, and so it's not safe for people to walk and pass on the sidewalk, or other equipment that's out there for some reason, you know, being near, let's say if you had a sidewalk vendor, I don't know, selling popcorn right next to a popcorn store. Is that the type of thing you're suggesting? Yeah, then you'd have to come up with some reason. I think that was some sort of health safety issue. I'm assuming, you know, usually if you're assuming that a popcorn vendor who's from brick and mortar, they have a parking lot, they have a building that was issued building permits, it's ADA accessible, they're fine. If someone's on a public sidewalk, I don't know how you would make, that'd be difficult, I think, I can't think of a way to make that argument, so maybe
Okay,
there's
I
a way to do
appreciate
that.
We talk about no vending within 25 feet of a yellow or red curb, driveway, street corner, transit stop. What about a green curb? Would that be something that would be legal?
Right now it is. We don't prohibit, a green curb is not one of the areas, and it's not one of the areas I've found in other codes. I tried to mirror his other codes as much as I could. So that is not something I found in other codes.
Because a yellow curb would be for loading and unloading,
Yeah.
where a green curb would be for limited parking.
Right.
And so, I don't know, I think it might be worth looking at
Okay.
to see if that might be a possibility. I think it's important that people understand that there's a lot of these that we have no control over, like Arrow Highway and the off ramps of the freeway. I assume that's correct. Okay, and then areas like where the park and rides are that are controlled by Caltrans. The sidewalks in front of areas like that, is that our jurisdiction?
So you're thinking, I think there's a park and ride, or it used to be at least down on Grand Avenue in the freeway?
There's Grand in the
Yeah.
freeway, there's one over at Lone Hill.
Yeah.
The answer to that question is it depends. It depends on the park and ride, where the right of way is, but we do try to address areas, even if the line is fuzzy there, we'll try to address them.
The 56 citations, and we currently have 9 licensed vendors. Can we assume that most of those citations were to people that were not licensed? Okay. Do we know of the 9 licensed vendors that we have? Because if people are doing what they're supposed to be doing are not a problem. But of the 9 vendors we have, are most of them, you know, good business people in town? Is that what we're?
Absolutely, they are. They might not have started as such, and they might have been stretching it a little bit, but they've come into compliance and they're doing well.
Okay, and then David was asking about the cleanup, and my big thing is bathroom requirements. I mean, is that anything that they're required to abide by?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
No, sir.
Within the state law, we can't.
I mean, I think you might be able to make that argument that's related to health safety, like you want to, but what are you suggesting the solution?
Well,
would
I'm
be?
thinking out loud, if people go to the bathroom. So about the only way you could, if you're going to have one person as a vendor, you would have to limit your hours to 3 to 4 hours before they would have to pack up and move on. If they had to.
I think the issue there is almost impossible to enforce. It's hard to have laws that are possible. The other challenge there in talking, as you might imagine, this issue's come up in various tax at the COG. And so some of the city managers have had the discussion is state law sets the minimum standards, which you require, and you can't really require more than that. And so you get into that realm with the bathroom of requiring more than the state says that we have the ability to require. So I think it's definitely a valid question and definitely something that we all think about. And whether we think it's right or wrong is sort of ancillary to the fact that state sets some floor standards that we have to allow. But definitely something we can investigate further.
And then the idea of the umbrellas, you know, as you're talking about using umbrellas, a lot of them have umbrellas in place. Is it possible for us to have some sort of an identifier? I think if everybody had an official Glendora umbrella and then you drive by a vendor and they don't have the official umbrella, you know, it would be obvious that we have an issue. You know, it may not be an official Glendora umbrella, but can we state that it has to be a blue umbrella of a certain color or something? So it could be identifiable.
No, you can't require them to use a city-issued
Okay.
umbrella. They can use their own umbrellas.
Okay, and then the last question about the citations. Do we know how many people have actually paid their fines? Or are citations just being ignored, like very common in California?
I don't, sir, but I do believe that a lot of them are being ignored.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just one point of clarification on the citations. In order for there to be a citation, how many warnings are we providing individuals?
Sorry, sir.
On the citations, before we actually issue a citation, I know you went through, it's a little more
That's okay.
detailed in the report, just for clarification, since we're having this discussion publicly. How many, we go out, we warn and warn and warn before about how many warnings and about how many options do we have before the citations issued?
Thank you, sir. For the question, if they are an authorized vendor, now that they're an authorized vendor and they've all been warned, they typically go straight to citation. As I mentioned in the report, if they are unlicensed, we will typically give them X amount of time. We'll come out, we will educate them on the compliance issue, and then we'll come back, and if they're not in compliance, then we will certainly issue citations.
With that, you know, I like all the recommendations that we're talking about here. You know, I would love to see that distance between vendors increase to whatever we feel we could legally get away with. But besides that, I do like the recommendations. I appreciate the hard work. Thanks.
And if you don't mind, can I expand a
go
little
ahead.
bit on the citation process? Just
Sure.
so everyone understands, I know you don't think that 56 citations is a lot. However, we can only cite a vendor one time each day. We can't repeatedly give you 10 cites in a day. If I've come out, I issue you your warnings, you're not in compliance, and I come back, I can only cite you one time per day until I get that compliance, and it escalates from there. So unfortunately, even though they're out there after I cite them, I cannot go back and continually cite them for each hour of the day. So that's part of the problem with the citations, just so that way everybody kind of understands the way an administrative citation works, is that when you're not in compliance, you get that one citation that day, and the next day you get the next one. If you're back out there doing the same thing and you're not in compliance. Previously, our first almost 6 months of the year, we basically had one code enforcement officer because I had my second officer who was in training. So we have a new code enforcement employee who is now out on their own, and we have 2 full-time officers that are working independently. And that's only happened since late May, early June, that he's been out on his own. So that did affect some of our numbers as well for the compliance. We're out there doing the contacts and making sure that we're finding the vendors that are not in violation and telling them, hey, thanks for doing that great job as well, that you've brought everything into compliance, and those who aren't are addressed. So I just want to make sure that you understand that the citation process a little bit, because I don't think that was very clear in the staff report, because it's not something that normally comes up, that we recently were educated on as well when we had those repeat vendors that were just adamant that they weren't going to be moving. And it took us about a week to address that issue and get them to move on, so.
So I have to ask, man, you got a tough job. So you cite people, they don't come into compliance, there's nothing else you can do for the rest of the day. tomorrow we can cite them again, and we can cite them 365 days a year, and there's no additional action that can be taken.
For the administrative sites on that end, unfortunately, it depends on how the codes are written, but for the particular citation that these vendors are getting, no, it's an administrative citation. There's a couple other things that we can look at. We always look at a broader picture of the safety of the citizens when those customers are stopping in the red zone. If the vendor has, parked their car somewhere that it shouldn't be, and there's a vehicle code violation that I can do. If they're bending too close to the off-ramp, there's a vehicle code violation under that section, not an administrative site. So we look at a broad view of where is the safety for the purchaser and the vendor. It's not just about that the vendor's not following the GMC, right? It's the overall totality of what's happening around there to make sure that everybody's in compliance, because these rules are in place for safety.
Okay, appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Captain. Michael?
Thank you, Mendel. I've got a number of things. I'll try to run through them as quickly as I can. Jeff, how confident are you with the proposed solutions, if you will, that they will meet muster and they're legal and they could be passed and used?
I'm pretty confident. I mean, all of the examples or additions are out of other city codes. So other cities that have adopted these types of regulations.
So, first off, the presentation was really good. A lot of good information. It's very helpful. And this is a very challenging situation because of the laws and things of that nature. But can you refresh my memory a little bit about confiscation of items? Where the line is, where you can do that?
Yeah, so the language I got out, and again, this is where it becomes a little bit tricky. The language I got out of, there's a couple cities I found that have confiscation provisions in their code. And one of them says that, I can't remember which city it is, I think it's an Orange County city, says that if it's a perishable item, that the city can collect and dispose of those immediately. Now, in terms of the confiscation of equipment, that creates a whole, you have to have collect.
So what would trigger that? Let's say it's a flower vendor, it's perishable.
I think that ask Mark for how do.
So I just spoke to LA County Public Health yesterday, and one of the chiefs over there, and when I asked him the question, everything was related to foods. When I brought up flower vendors, he immediately said, nothing, absolutely nothing. They don't do anything with flowers at all.
You can eat flowers.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm sorry, sir.
No, please.
But I just wanted to reiterate that he had a plethora of things to talk about in regards to food, the hygiene of it, and the storage of it, the water, everything that all you have mentioned. But when it comes to flowers, he immediately just nothing.
So
Absolutely.
there's no direction on flowers.
They would not cite anything, no, sir.
They would not, but legally.
I think just provide some clarification, and I'll ask the captain to come up just to make sure I'm not wrong here. The county through the Department of Public Health oftentimes deals with food vendors, and so some of the enforcement we've actually seen on Arrow Highway by the county is with food. And so what they can confiscate and do confiscate under their rules for food. None of that would preclude the city, in their opinion, from doing some enforcement on our end for non-perishable or for perishable items, which could include food and which could include like fruit or flowers or other things like that, because those would be enforcement under a separate. So we wouldn't need approval from LA County unless we were handling food that would be under their auspice. So the city could have rules or tools at its disposal to be used as needed to deal with repeat vendors, for example, or repeat offenders. But Captain, is that accurate?
Under Karen's rule of Reader Digest version, you can confiscate flowers?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank you.
can confiscate flowers. One of the things that, if you look at some of the proposal that Jeff had put forward, is to immediately dispose of perishable items. Flowers would be perishable items. We have a problem storing them. The inventory, by the time they came to collect them, would be ruined. So, and then how do we properly store them where we don't end up with mold in our evidence area? So there are some logistics with storing perishable items. That's why it's in there. And the food side is something entirely different. Health and safety codes and the retail food code that the Department of Public Health for LA County handles is something entirely different from what we're talking about today.
Okay. It was brought up earlier, you have 2 full-time employees. Is that enough?
Yes, I believe it's enough. We can currently address the needs of the city proactively and reactively, which the proactive and reactive side of things falls right in line with the city's strategic plan to provide safety and service for the community. And I believe that with the 2 full-time officers that we have, that we can respond appropriately.
So in tying in with that, I mean, obviously, time is of the essence, and you have, as I would imagine, code enforcement goes out and does this, PD does not in citations, or does PD go out and do the citations?
There's 2 sides of it. Code enforcement does some of it. So community preservation officers do some of it, and our officers do some of it as well. So those citations were issued by both community preservation and officers, not just community preservation. So we can do both.
Can you utilize the auxiliary for any of this once the officers make the citation? If they were supposed to move along or do whatever that is, can they be called in to babysit?
It's something that we could do, but we would not do for their own safety. They're supposed to be out there being our eyes and ears and assisting us with stuff. Their job is not to conduct enforcement. They do traffic control, things like that. If they drive by and they see something, they will call that in, much like they would a shopping cart or graffiti. That's what their job is to do. Their job is not to interact with someone who's potentially a law violator, whether that's a municipal code, the infraction, misdemeanor, or felony.
I just want to go back and touch on one item. When you talked about staffing, are you talking about this specific endeavor? Or are you talking about code enforcement overall?
Code enforcement.
Overall, big picture, and I think a lot of that question would be dependent upon the type of action the city council in terms of a policy wants to see. I think this goes back to the heart of the mayor pro tem's question, right?
Correct.
So based on how we provide code enforcement as stated in the staff report and explained this evening, there's one answer. If the expectations of the council and their body change significantly, I would ask that we would go back and look at that specific request at what levels and come back and have PD report to us if additional staff would be necessary if we changed our code enforcement philosophy. Fair?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so we talked earlier about they have to show proof of their license. What happens if they don't have it with them? What do you do?
If the person didn't have their license with them, they would be issued a citation. If they're unable to prove, just like you're driving your car, if you don't provide your license, you'd be issued a citation if you don't have your license in your possession. So that would be something.
Make them get out and walk?
We don't make you walk, but yes, they could be issued a citation at that time if they didn't have their license. So far, the vendors that are licensed have their licenses with them when we've contacted them. We haven't encountered anyone that, oh, I forgot it today. They understand that they need that and that we're out there checking.
So will you cite them then if they didn't have it on them?
Yeah, we could, that is a potential outcome of that. The other option is, depending on how that list is provided, because we have that list. If it's the community preservation officer out there and Michael Alawas has a permit and you have your identification showing you that, you don't have your permit with you, there's an option where they could look at it and say, okay, if you don't have this, when you come back out again, we're going to cite you. So it's not a hard line rule like anything else. We're not going to necessarily cite you the second you don't have it. We might issue you a warning, come back tomorrow. If you still don't have it, you could get the citation. You know, we try to be fair all the way around.
Okay. And Jeff, to your question about the 8-foot sidewalks, that's not currently in place now, right?
No, that is in place right now. So you're not allowed to bend or have at least have a stand. You can't have a stand on a sidewalk that's less than 8 feet in width. You can be a rolling vendor on
Would it have to keep on rolling or are they
No,
stationary?
I guess you could stop and sell, to somebody, but the
They're in
idea,
violation,
you're okay if you're like a push cart. But if
even
you,
if they're on less than 8 feet?
yeah, yeah.
How does that work? They're still vending.
Yeah, they still are, but the difference is there's a difference in the way.
It's
we're looking
momentary.
Between a stationary and a mobile vendor. So it's only, they're able to move along versus permanently blocking the sidewalk.
What's momentary? What's your definition of momentary?
I don't have one.
I mean, oftentimes you see one of those carts walking through, let's say, an event or a park, and they stop and they do business and keep moving. So that's I think everyone kind of understands what that looks like.
Yeah, and the way our code, we looked for what other places were doing with this type of thing, and I think that was probably viewed as too onerous or not consistent with the spirit of the SB 946 law. So, but Mark can explain what they define as moment.
Thank you, sir. One example is the wash just south of Armstead, the bridge. We make sure that it's completely clear because that's well less than 8 feet. We've been out there numerous times to make sure that area is completely clear. Just north of it, just south of it, it goes back to 8 feet and they're fine there. But on the bridge, over the wash, it's much less than 8 feet and they cannot be there. They will be cited.
Okay. Next question's for Mark and for the captain. So Mark, you're well aware of my trike, my motorized trike that I keep calling you about.
Yes, sir.
What are the rules and laws with a motorized vehicle? I know that over 150 cc's, you have to have a license. I don't know what that is. And they're selling food. They go to an establishment, pop up their tent, sell foods, honk their horn several times, and they come on out. And I would imagine you said you've cited that individual a few times. How can they operate on the street without a license? There's no license plate on the vehicle.
You know, sir, honestly, I haven't seen that particular bicycle, so I can't tell you what laws would be applicable to
Not a
it.
bicycle, it's like a motorized three-wheel.
So, yeah, depending on what it is, when it was stopped, the officer would have to look at the vehicle and see what laws would be applicable to that. So without actually seeing it, I can't tell you which ones would be applicable because I really don't know what type of motorized vehicle.
Mark, have you shared pictures?
I will, sir, after this.
Okay, I appreciate that. Last question I think I have. Are you actively going out getting letters from businesses so you have right of access in certain problematic areas?
So if we have someone who's encroaching on private property, we do contact that property owner to find out from them what their desire is. Obviously, if they're not bothered by that vendor on their grass, then we can't ask them to leave that private.
So I know that we have some issues on Arrow Highway with certain vehicles going into parking lots and just sitting there. Have we actively tried to go out to some of these problematic areas and ask for right of access letters?
For vendors in their parking lot, or are
Vendors.
we talking about something else now?
Well, vendors and folks that are parking there for certain lengths of time.
Yes, we are very proactive on.
Sorry, can I have you speak into the mic? They can't hear you in the back.
Sorry about
Thank
that.
you.
We're very proactive on any complaints that we've gotten regarding parking in parking lots, vending from parking lots if it's a vehicle that doesn't belong in a private parking lot. And we work with management and their security. Specifically, one of the areas that you're looking at is at 400 East Arrow. And yes, we're actively working with them. They also have employed a security guard in that area to prohibit people from doing things that they don't want in their lot. So yes, we do.
Okay. You already talked on this, but I didn't quite get a clear answer, and I think Gary tried to allude to this. Do we have a concentration of vendors in a certain area they're allowable?
I don't
You have a
understand what
question,
you're
I think.
asking.
No. The answer to that question is no. That kind of gets at the heart of the questions or the recommendations that staff has is you can add first there to be spaces, but in terms of type of business, no. It is not. So doesn't allow us to say you can only have 2 flower vendors here. It's not what we're allowed to do. It's same conversation you and I have had about businesses and a moratoria. This is kind of the same thing. So no, we're not allowed to do that.
Okay. Councilman Friedel, you want to put your motion out there?
Mr. Mayor, can I just make one comment real fast?
And
I
then
just meant to say this earlier. Thank you so much for all that you've done around the entrance to Oakdale. As someone who goes into Oakdale a lot, by moving those vendors south of the driveway has made it so much safer and easier to get in there. So I really appreciate all that hard work down there. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, just let me ask a couple things, then I'll come, it sounds like you might have
I'll let David.
a motion.
state the motion.
I just wanted to state that Stacy Gray sent us a page and a half expression of her thoughts on this. And I wanted to acknowledge the fact that we got that and we have read it. And Stacy, thank you. On these 11 points, so how long would it take to enact these in a perfect world?
So write an ordinance.
You know, since you really have not much else on your plate.
Yeah,
So,
probably either October or November. is the
Okay.
soonest.
so if we said, because part of what we're supposed to do is receive and file, but then provide you guidance. So if we said, bring us back the proper text and guidance and ordinances and everything.
Yeah.
So,
I would say November only because some of that stuff has to be publicly noticed too.
Yeah.
So it's not just
Yes.
drafting the
Okay.
ordinance, it's working with all the publications to get everything publicly noticed. And then it would take effect 30 days after.
30 days
Yeah, that
was
after
reading.
second reading.
that was going to be my next
So
question.
the second reading would be in December then, if it's November, with implementation in early January of
So
25.
first of the year is when these 11,
Right, and I want to, there was questions about legality, and we're very careful about that because it is,
sure,
an area of the law that I think that it's a little bit tricky for us to navigate, or at least in
Right.
writing the code. So, it'll, of course, while all these provisions are things I've seen in other city codes, so I assume that they're vetted by other city attorneys. They haven't been vetted by our city attorney. So, it'll also have to be.
I will work with Jeff to
Yes,
confirm.
yeah.
Danny, is this a, overwhelming job to look at the 11 points? And I mean,
No, I think that timeline
okay.
that
All right.
Adam laid out is appropriate.
okay. I echo everything that everybody said. You did a great job. I would support moving ahead with these points, but that would have to be action by all of us. So, David, do you have any other
Just-
thoughts or?
I'm sorry,
Adam?
Mayor, but one point of clarification. We talked a little bit about this evening about time-related parking restrictions, not just the yellow, but also the green, and also bathrooms. Would you like staff to look at those areas too when we bring back a proposed ordinance? Those are the only two other areas that I heard discussed. And I just want to make sure that we're encapsulating everything this evening if we're going to come back.
Yeah, I believe so.
Well,
Okay.
I think so. And, perhaps if we're doing a business license for a business in the village, they have to provide facility or explain, where am I going to do that? Maybe that's a question we ask.
I would also say that not every storefront has to provide a public restroom.
True.
We need to be very careful that type of businesses and vendors. It's
Right.
unendingly frustrating. Yes.
But they do
but-
have to provide for their employees.
Yes.
Okay,
Um,
David?
we talk about focusing on the safety aspect first and, okay. I focus on, are they legitimate business license, legal friendly partners of Glendora first? Safety is real close to that. But we also have in our sidewalk vending programs that we put out a year and a half ago, clearance of right of way, and we've talked about that. You can drive down Grand Avenue on any given day and see that that's being violated and ignored. So we have opportunities that we've got good statute now. These enhancements will only improve that. One last thing we had to keep in mind in our business partners is we're ignoring all the business sales tax revenue that could be occurring at $10 a sale. We're just walking away from that. So I'm a business in town. Why should I pay any business sales tax if I don't have to do it standing on a corner? Tough question, unfair question, but
Yeah, and Mayor Pro Tem, I would just add, what you heard tonight, it doesn't really matter how many sites that we issue, right? And so we have to have an honest conversation about that, and you start involving the city attorney's office, and it doesn't matter how many sales, because we're going to spend more money than we'd ever get sales tax revenue. So inevitably, it's a difficult conversation, and understand your frustration, and I think you've been incredibly clear on this specific topic. The previous times we've had this conversation publicly as well. And I think we need to set some realistic expectations. It's one thing to acknowledge issues. It's another thing to deal with the real issue that when we have significant code enforcement cases, which a lot of these would be, that we end up spending months in court trying to get the court to issue a citation to stop something. And that would be no different than here. So if that is the process that we're going to go down, and understandably so, if that's council direction, it's a little more expensive than just staffing. But if that's a council priority, that's something, I just want to be perfectly clear about the task that we're talking about this evening.
All right. Is there,
Well, if you
please,
entertain this, I would move that we fund for 1 to 2 more CPOs. Staffing needs to be when the problem happens. It can't be Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. So it has to be when the problems occur, and adopt the recommendations for improvements of the code revisions.
all right, is there a second? Motion.
I'll second it, but can we modify that if coming back and seeing if PD really needs to have the other 2 FTOs? Can we put that in there, that qualifier? If they can show to us that they don't need it?
Oh, I,
Because they've mentioned that they don't believe that they do, but
okay, but I also recognize that community preservation is a lot more to do in town, and they do a great deal more than just driving around looking at the sidewalk vendors or the parking vendors or those types of things. They are looking at properties and other community concerns. So I don't want to dilute one effort to comply or come up with compliance on the other issues that exist. And the issues are real. They continue to grow.
Part of that, though, I feel that the staffing issue might be better addressed after strategic planning, because I would hate to tie the hands of the police department if in that strategic planning and looking at all of our goals, that they may say to us, yeah, we need some more staffing, but we need it to be done like this. So that's why in terms of adding staffing to this motion, I feel uncomfortable doing that before we have our strategic planning meeting, where we can look at the whole big picture of not only the PD and everything else in the city. So,
well, on that note, do we have a second bite of the apple when it comes back to us to see if we indeed want to pass that ordinance and include those 2 FTT?
So I think part of the conversation this evening and is a conversation on code enforcement and the officers that are there, and we talk about sort of enforcement overall and the general methodology to give the council and oftentimes the public some perspective on how it is we go about code enforcement in this town. I think the larger discussion that I hear isn't that you want staff to have more tools at their disposal and or that you want them to address those issues. I think the secondary conversation this body continues to have is how it wants to do code enforcement. And inevitably, if we want to take a much more proactive, and not that punitive is a bad word, but more punitive approach, more citations, more requests, we need to have a conversation not just on budget about officers, but also on legal costs and the total cost of doing that. And I assume, Mayor Pro Tem, that would be incurred in some of that discussion. It's not just bodies, right? It's bodies, vehicles, it's everything that goes along with it, and also a healthier budget for legal costs associated with going to court and getting those things, because unfortunately, sometimes that's where we end up. This body knows of several property-related endeavors. So if we are going to have a larger policy discussion on proactive code enforcement in those areas, including this, I think the body may be better suited to have 2 items come back, one on a broader perspective on code enforcement and the second on vendors. I don't want to delay one issue and have another. At the same time, we're happy to take this and whatever bites you so choose. But I don't want us to draft an ordinance to come back for council then to have another bite at an apple, then we're not entirely clear and have the same conversation.
Yeah, but those can be 2 separate issues, correct?
That's kind of what I said. It sounds like you're having 2
So
conversations.
I want to do the
here.
Reader's Digest again.
Yeah.
Well, would it be possible to amend your motion to, include bringing the possible ordinance back to us and a a report or whatever of what it would look like or what possible
I would do, I
issues we
would,
would have to add to additional?
I
work
think
for the
that's-
captain.
that's
Would it be
what
easier if
the
we had a
discussion is.
standalone conversation on code enforcement? We talk about staffing and hours and enforcement. Yes, it would be helpful if those were two distinctly different items that came back to council.
Certainly understand and respect that. I don't want to create another ordinance that we're not going to go out and deal with.
I don't think it would be another ordinance. It would just be simply staff.
Is that
So
amendment? Is that
I'm hearing
amended?
that
I
there's
can
a
amend that.
amendment brewing.
I'll continue to second it. If you have amended it,
I'll
correct?
amend that, yes.
Okay, continue to
Okay.
second it.
All right, I think we have had an amendment and the first has changed it and the second has approved it.
And you want to restate it, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, do you,
Yeah, I have to go back and listen, but
So it would be a motion to move forward with the recommendations included in the staff report, including staff research on time restricted parking and bathrooms. And also bring back a secondary conversation, including current staffing models and code enforcement and what a more proactive code enforcement operation looks like.
Well said.
Well done. Thank you.
All right.
thank you, Adam.
good.
You earn your paycheck this week.
You know, I try.
Madam Clerk, why don't you call the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Ellis?
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freendahl?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. All right, very good. Before we wrap up, I know that all of us are anxious to hear an update on the current fire. So Adam, I don't know who's going to do that. Maybe you're going to do it or. is
The
Chief
chief
gonna
has
do it?
been all over Southern California today and he's returned this evening to provide us an update. Chief, you'd be so kind as to share with us the news.
Thank you,
Yes,
Chief.
sir. And my tablet is about to go dead. It's been a long day. Yes, good evening, Mayor, City Council. Love the new room. Sorry I missed it. Sorry I missed the beginning.
All right.
So a little bit of background information. Sunday afternoon, a fire started near Camp Williams. It was named the Bridge Fire. Started a Sunday afternoon and we immediately started monitoring this fire, which initially grew quickly. This is day 3 now. Today was a larger day for the fire. In the morning, it was at about 4,000 acres. And currently it's over 35,000 acres. So there was quite a bit of expansion on the fire today. The concerns mainly to Glendora, because of where the fire is situated, are the south and west boundaries of the fire. And those boundaries basically did not move today. All the expansion was to the north and to the east, which is great news for our community and not great news for the communities it is affecting now, which is a few select areas in Palmdale, Wrightwood, the Mount Baldy Village area, the San Antonio Heights area, and then thirdly, Laverne, Claremont, San Dimas, and a little bit to the west. Currently, we're not expecting the southern and western lines of the fire to expand, which is again, good news to us. The expansion that we saw today, although was unexpected, weather plays a big part of it. The heat is going to come down according to all the forecasts. The next 12 hours, the weather will improve immensely and we should be in the mid 80s by tomorrow. The red flag warning is still in effect, but will go down midday tomorrow, which should aid in the efforts as well. The community of Mount Baldy is really affected right now. They are probably without power and the fire was very close to the Mount Baldy area and a lot of resources went to the Mount Baldy area and San Antonio Heights area, even from LA County Resources. Firstly, there are no active evacuations or warning areas in the city of Glendora. Greg Morton's going to come up after I finish and talk about our messaging and the different ways you can look at your evacuation areas and where you fall. But currently, there are no evacuation or no evacuation warning areas in Glendora. They include East Fork, Mount Baldy, Wrightwood, Palmdale, and then some of the warnings areas to the south and to the east of those areas. So we began monitoring this fire Sunday. Like I said, there was a lot of messaging, and then starting Monday morning and through today, we have been having multiple briefings a day with city staff, as well as 4 unified command briefings at the fire command post, of which city staff have been attending all of them. The incident was taken over by Cal OES Incident Managed Team number 5. We have done a great deal in preparation along with our partners. Red Cross is setting up an evacuation area in the Fairplex area for the foothills or especially for the foothill communities, which just went live at 9 o'clock tonight. There's also a designated area at Fairplex for numerous horse stalls, and we also have our Inland Valley Humane Service, which is standing by to assist us. That is it. That's a basic high-level summary of the event. We have been working closely with our partners and been doing quite a bit of meetings and briefings, and really are prepared to stay ahead of this. Our community is our number one priority, and I think we're in a good position, although we did see a great expansion and fortunately for us, unfortunately for others, the expansion happened to the north and the east. So we'll be continuing to work on this 24/7. Our briefings and our preparation will continue. And I'll bring up Greg to talk about our messaging and what you can do to be aware of where you're at in the fire, and then we'll both be able to answer any questions you have.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council. Just want to first say thanks to Glendora Police Department and city staff for working together so closely on making sure that the messaging's right. It's a big thing, and I think we've done a pretty good job of collaborating and communicating and touching base with each other. And Captain Stabio has been running around like checking with his head cut off today, and just really checking in frequently. So it's been critical to getting the message out to the community. Really, the biggest resource that we have for Glendora residents is the city's website. cityofglendora.org/bridgefire was created specifically so that we could update the community and keep them updated. There are a lot of resources on there. There's Ready, Set, Go resources from LA County Fire Department. Those are the resources that you're going to need to be prepared before an evacuation order is given. So links are on the website for that. Links are also on the website for the Watch Duty app, which is a valuable resource for finding out where the fire progress is, where some of the evacuation zones are. Really the system that we're pushing the most. Thanks to Julie Linger for coordinating this. It's the LA County system. It's the Genesis system. That's the Know Your Zone. When we talk about Know Your Zone, we're talking about the Genesis platform. You can go to the city's website, that address that I just gave. You can click on the Genesis link. You can put in your address and it'll give you your zone. Some Glendora residents may actually be getting some notifications already this evening. That's what we call a spillover. Some nearby zones have been put into a warning status or an evacuation status. There is some spillover to the system. So some Glendora resident phones may be getting an emergency alert tonight, even though we don't actively have a warning or an evacuation zone. You can go onto the Genesis webpage, find your zone, and then it'll tell you whether or not your zone is actively in a warning or in an evacuation. Tonight, there was a press conference from the Area D group they broadcast it over the Angeles National Forest Facebook page. We also streamed it live to our Facebook page, the city's Facebook page at City of Glendora. It also streamed live to the city's website at that address that I gave you earlier. Those are just some of the things that's happened recently. We continue to update the website as needed. We continue to push both stories and posts on social media as necessary, coordinating with Glendora PD staff on those updates. And then we're getting new features to the KGLN cable channel. Not sure if you're aware, but KGLN is now broadcasting or live streaming to the city's website. So we've always live streamed public meetings like tonight to the website, but now all KGLN programming will hit the website, which is a new feature, part of this upgrade that we're experiencing tonight. And we'll have the ability to do scrolls and advanced noticing on that KGLN as well. So that'll be part of what Craig and I are going to work on trying to roll out here this week or early next. It's part of the new software that we're still learning. So that's part of the messaging that we're also trying to get out to the community. So, and updates are also going out on Nextdoor. We've been utilizing the new email subscription system. Many of you may have already seen the new layover for the website. When you go to the website, there's an email subscriber layover. We're hoping to, in fact, we've added, since yesterday, we've added almost 100 new email subscribers, which is pretty good in that time frame. Considering we haven't advertised a whole lot, we've just been working on fire messaging. So that email subscription system is already working. And we're utilizing the emails going out. So there's information on the website that's also going out to people's inboxes. I think that's all I have. We're encouraging people also to sign up for the Smart 911 system. That's, you're going to text a number. I'm sorry, I don't have the number with me right now, but you go to that website that the cityofglendora.org/bridgefire. There's a link for Smart 911 on there. We're encouraging people to sign up. They'll get alerts straight to their phone. That'll enable the Glendora Police Department to be able to push emergency notifications direct. So that's another resource that we're pushing out on the website, trying to get people engaged so that when the messages go out, they're getting them.
Another update, I kind of forgot to mention this, but so the south and western fronts of the fire are approximately 3 miles from the city of Glendora. And since those lines did not move today, that hasn't changed. So the farthest south and west lines of the fire are still 3 miles away from Glendora. Like I said, all that activity today went up to the north and to the east. Again, just to repeat, there are no areas of the city that are under evacuation orders or evacuation warnings, but there are parts of the city that are bordering evacuation or warning areas. So like Greg said, know your zone. Figure out what zone you're in, and you can look at if the adjacent zone next to you, typically. So all of the active zones for the city of Glendora are going to be to the north and to the east. So especially if you live on the north or the east side of the town, know your zone, look at that zone and see if the adjacent zone, which is basically just beyond our city limit, is under a warning or an evacuation order, and be prepared. And you can go on the city's website and look for resources, but being prepared is if your zone becomes a warning area, you're basically ready to go. You're ready to, actually, what we would like is if you're in the warning area, if you can leave, that would be great, because it gives us more access with all of our resources, our fire resources, our police resources, and it makes it easier for us to do our job and our fire partners their job if you're not in the area. But if you're in a warning zone, you're not required to leave, but you are advised to get ready to leave, because if it goes into an order, then we basically want you to leave immediately. I bring this up if you're in a zone that is bordered by a warning or an evacuation zone, and it takes you longer to get ready to leave, that I would advise you, and the county would advise you, and everybody's advised you to start making those preparations now. So elderly, horses, anything that basically you're not prepared to leave basically in a moment's notice, make those preparations now and be ready if your zone goes into a warning zone, but then potentially could go straight into an evacuation zone, that you're ready to leave.
Any questions from the council, or Adam, anything to add?
I
Gary?
see.
Actually, question, do we have information for people with animals as to where they might be able to take them?
Yes.
Yes.
It depends on what kind of animal it is. But Inland Valley Humane Service will help with most animals. And then we have resources for equine resources specifically. Right now, the bulk of that is at the fairgrounds, but you can go on our messaging and we can assist with that in any way.
So somebody goes to our website, they'll find that information.
Yes.
Sure.
I would just add for the council, as you can imagine, when a lot of our neighboring agencies are now facing evacuations, we do have staff that live in those areas, including some that are here this evening. And so please rest assured, the public, if they call and need service, will be there at a moment's notice. We've already talked to staff about potentially how everyone's an emergency service worker at a moment's notice it can support. So that messaging has already been handled internally, but we may have staff members that do need assistance from other staff. And so, you know, one big giant family. And so we're always moving in the same direction, trying to help each other out. So apologize if there's some street potholes that don't get fixed right away. We're taking care of as much other stuff as we can. So a lot of the individuals you see here this evening have worked some pretty long hours the last 3 days monitoring the progress. And after this meeting, we're going to have a staff meeting about exactly what's going to happen and identify those employees that may need some assistance and figure out what happens next. So really appreciate the work of the chief and Greg. I see Captain Stabio walked in. I know he's been attending a lot of the briefings, and Captain Gold here this evening. So Julie Linger, really thankful to have her, and she's holding it all together and making sure we're all on the same page. And Greg and the staff have done an amazing job putting together everything on the website and social media. So we'll do our best to get out the information, but please, if people have questions, call us, visit the website. And if it's an emergency, call 911, but it's not, call the non-emergency hotline and look on our website for information. Thank you.
Just a word of thank you. The council wants to thank each and every one of you, the people that Adam just named. We know because we are getting a lot of information from each of you. And we just want to say thank you for your extraordinary effort, time, energy. We want to please express our thanks to the families that are left home, and probably some of the things that you're missing with your kids. We really, just want to say thank you. And the citizens, want to say thank you. So please know that the council knows what you're, really working on, and keep up the good work. And the public needs to know that we're informed as best as, we can. And we're ready to step in and make whatever choices and release whatever monies or funds or resources that we need to do if something, needs to be done. So we thank you. And hopefully the weather is going to help us, and these fires will be put out soon, because it's bad. So thank you. With that, members of council, any, final words? Any last thoughts? Adam, anything? Danny, anything? The chief has said his final words. Well, not final words, but final words for the fire. So that did not come out right. But
It's late, everyone's tired.
But yeah, everybody's tired. Have a good night, and we are adjourned at 9:48. Thank you.